Hello, folks, and welcome to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl, Portland, Oregon. About to join the broadcast already in progress here. Looks like we've got an episode of The Whistler for you. So here we go. Enjoy.
For a free copy of Lane's Guide, a booklet prepared by an independent travel organization to help you find good eating and lodging places. While no pocket-sized booklet can include all the good hotels, motels, and dining places, Lane's Guide covers a representative selection in hundreds of cities and towns, and a copy of this handy publication is yours free at Signal stations. In tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Bill Johnstone, Mary Land Gilbert, Joe Michael Ann Barrett, Herbert Litton, and Charles Seal. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on the Whistler are optional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at the same time next Sunday, when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company.
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on KPNL Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, serving listeners on the Internet and community relations radio with a variety of old-time radio. Visit radio.macinmind.com for more information. We now present Suspense on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. This episode of Suspense originally aired June 27th, 1946. 75 years ago today.
Now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines present Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Elliott Reed as star of Return Trip, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding thrills, is presented theater of for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent color wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Elliott Reed in a remarkable tale of suspense.
Nurse?
Yes. There's someone to see you.
Yeah?
This is Superintendent Andrews of the State Institution.
Oh. What do you got there?
I've set up a dictaphone out in the hall. Careful of the wire, nurse, when you close
The doctor
the door, please.
has said...
Yes, I'll make it as brief as possible. You may go now, nurse.
Very well.
Do you mind if I hook up this microphone at the head of the bed?
Suit yourself. Hello?
It was a choice between a dictaphone and a stenographer, and I figured that in your condition...
I don't feel too bad. Well, go on. Ask your questions.
Now, I understand you bus driving... tell me what happened.
You mean I can tell it my own way?
That's right.
Great. I had an uncle once, you know, that was a writer. He wouldn't have gone near this kind of a story, though, with a 10-foot pen. No, he went in for happy endings. Uncle Mort wouldn't even have liked the beginning of this one. Kind of dreary-like up there at the asylum that afternoon. You remember, there'd been quite a snowfall the week before. and far as the eye could see, everything was a dirty gray, like a corpse that's been waiting too long for the undertaker. Well, around 4 o'clock, it got so dark, the lights had to be turned on in the asylum. And then the wind started moaning like a lonely banshee. Fine day for a murder, as the fella said. Well, there were 3 passengers sitting in the bus when I went out to return trip. For 2 men and a woman. Maybe I ought to call her a girl, because she wasn't really much more than that. Anyway, these 3 passengers all had return tickets, and I went down the aisle collecting them. Tickets, please. Can I have your tickets, please?
Driver, how soon do we start?
Right away, miss.
But we're 2 minutes late already, driver. Oh, these little jerkwater bus lines never keep to their schedules. Now we'll never get out of these mountains before that blizzard lets loose.
Can I have your ticket, please, mister?
You really think there'll be a storm?
Why, sure, it can't fail. And, lady, when they open these damn snow-forsaken mountains... Well, this morning on the bus coming up, a man was telling me...
Well, here we go, folks. The windbag was sitting right across the aisle from the girl, second row from the front. Halfway back in the bus sat the 3rd passenger, all huddled up in his overcoat. He didn't open his trap. Well, that was the picture as we swung out onto the highway for the return trip. And this guy in back of me seemed to be itchy to start a conversation with somebody as soon as we got rolling.
Well, acquainted, might as well guess. 50 miles before we get down to civilization, you know. John Willard is the name. I said,
Oh, I beg your pardon. Were you speaking to me?
Well, yes.
I'm afraid I was...
Yeah, sure. These visits to the asylum, they're always depressing, aren't they?
Well, this is my first time.
Oh? Some friend?
My husband.
Oh, well, now, that's too bad. I hope he... Hey, what's that?
Some kind of a siren.
Yeah, that's the asylum alarm, all right.
But, driver,
One of the inmates must be playing hide and seek with the keepers. Happens every once in a while.
Gosh, what if it's my brother?
Oh? He the busting out kind?
Well, it kind of upsets him to see one of the family, but then if we don't come to see him, it upsets him even more.
I see what you mean.
Do they always catch them?
Well, they tell me the place has never lost a customer yet.
Oh, you know, a moment ago, I was praying that it wasn't Jim, but now I don't know. Even if they had to... Well, I mean, it would be better than seeing him as he was today. Anything would be better than...
Listen.
Hey, that's a police siren.
Sounds like they're almost on top of us. Yes, there they are.
Look out. They're going to pass us.
Pass nothing. They're flagging me down. All right, just keep your seats, everybody.
They're guards.
With rifles.
Hey, we're looking for somebody.
Yeah, we heard the asylum alarm. Is someone...
Seen anyone along the road?
Not even a jackrabbit.
Officer, who escaped?
Greg, Albert Gregg.
Oh.
What a relief.
Hey, Holly, take yourself a walk down the aisle and keep your rifle ready when you look behind those back seats.
Are you kidding?
When's coming out party?
I don't know. Maybe as much as a couple of hours ago.
Was this Greg have a gun?
Can't guarantee he hasn't. But it was a file that sprung him. A tiny steel file. Must have been working away at the bar since the day he was committed, a month ago.
Day was his short.
Nobody back here.
Okay, now, check the case. Chance for it. You know how it is, driver. You can't take chances.
Oh, of course not. Here's mine.
Huh? Oh, okay, driver.
Your name, Frank Keniston?
You can read, can't you?
Friendly cuss, ain't you?
You know, that's the first peep that passenger has let out. I was beginning to think he was a deaf mute.
Yeah? Well, here, driver, you can have this stuff back.
Oh, thanks.
John Willard?
Yes, sir.
Okie doke. Come on, Denton, let's scram. We gotta find Greg before he finds anybody.
Yeah. Hey, driver, you can turn around now and go back.
Go back?
Go back? Why?
Oh, no.
This Greg is a killer. What I mean is, when the mood strikes him, he strikes.
Well, what's that got to do with us turning back?
Didn't I tell you this man kills even without reason? Now he's got plenty of reason. He's got to get out of these mountains, but quick. If he's down the road, there are lots of ways he could stop a bus. I say turn back.
But that blizzard's liable to break any minute now. We could be snowbound up here for days. And if I have to spend one night in that asylum, so help me, they'd have to keep me there. Oh, listen, driver, listen to me,
Just
please.
a second, Mr. Willard. You're just one passenger. There are 3. Now, let's take a vote. What about you, miss?
For you, what?
Mr. Keniston?
I say keep going.
That settles it.
Hurry up, Denton.
Wait a minute. What does this Killer Greg look like?
Description says slight build, weight about 140.
Dark hair, brown eyes, 27 years old. Denton, get the lead out of your britches.
Yeah, but I still...
We warned them, didn't we? Now, if they meet up with him, it's their funeral.
Yeah. Well, we can take care of ourselves, fellas. Well, after the guards left, I set that I really bust a rolling. Out of the mirror up above the driver's seat, I could see that the girl was plenty scared. But she had nerve, I'll say that for her. When we slid around some of those snowbank curves, her lips would be drawn so tight the lipstick had a white border. But she didn't say boo. Willard, the windbag across the aisle from her, gave up trying to draw her into a conversation. And as for the third passenger, that English guy, Keniston, sitting halfway towards the back there, he kept acting like a clam afraid of losing its oyster. Might as well have had lockjaw, if you get what I mean. Well, we hadn't gone more than another mile or two before the wind started to rise, and kept it up until you'd have thought all the devils in hell were trying to break loose. It got black as the inside of a tomb until the snow started to fall. But with that wind whipping it around, it didn't exactly fall. Mister, that's what I call a blizzard.
This is getting on my nerves. What have we got here anyway? A collection of zombies? Somebody say something.
I was just going to say...
You were going to say that the weather is rotten.
Yeah, and she can say that again.
But that isn't what I was going to say.
No? What then, lady?
It occurred to me why the guards asked for identification.
Huh?
The description of Killer Greg. Slight build, 140 pounds, dark hair, brown eyes, 27 years old.
So what?
It's a remarkable thing. That description would fit you, Mr. Willard.
Huh? Oh?
And Mr. Keniston, too.
What's that? Me?
That's a peculiar thing, isn't it, driver?
Yeah. Come to think of it, both of them could fit that description. And I've also heard that he's got a very soft face, almost like a woman.
What do you think, Mr. Keniston?
I don't happen to feel like talking.
Yeah? Well, personally, I think the more I think of what she said, the more it comes. Remarkable is...
Yeah, she's got something there.
Only remarkable isn't the word.
What do you mean, Mr. Willard?
This man, Greg, may be insane, but he's not dumb. Now put yourself in his place. He knows he hasn't got a ghost of a chance making a getaway in the sea. And I'm closing. So he borrows the wardrobe and identification of some stranger. Do you follow me?
We're way ahead of you, Willard.
It wouldn't be difficult for a killer.
I should say not. But that still isn't the end of his problem, see? He's fighting against time.
Yes. He's got to get out of these godforsaken mountains down to civilization before they can throw a noose around the whole area. And he knows if he's brought back alive, he'll be wearing a straitjacket until he's old as Methuselah.
You got quite an imagination, Willard.
Yeah? Well, thanks. Now, the odds that Greg will be able to get himself transportation are mighty slim, except for this bus line. So let's suppose...
You've got a great imagination, all right. You got it all figured out. Bit too fat, if you ask me. Remember, please, sir, you're the one who was so dead set against turning back.
Really, Keniston? Well, I'll leave it to the lady here and the driver. Do I act like a lunatic? Huh? Well?
Search me.
There were times, long periods of time, when Jim didn't... My either, I mean... That was the terrible part of it. He'd be just like the old days, and we'd be so happy together, and then all of a sudden, just without warning, he...
Oh, I heard of lots of cases like that. Well, they tell me that sometimes it takes half a dozen of those special doctors. Those
psychiatrists?
Yes, psychiatrists. Yeah, well, sometimes they got to put a person under a microscope and study him for a long time before they can be sure, one way or the other. And many's the time they make mistakes. One time, I heard of...
Nobody's going to talk like that about me. Keniston, it's been acting crazy. And I'll bet it wouldn't take a half a dozen psychiatrists to...
What's that?
Huh? An avalanche! An avalanche!
suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as star Elliot Reed in Return Trip, a radio play by Maurice Zimm. Roma Wines present in Radiation Tonight's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. Nowadays, renewing old friendships interrupted by the war is a popular pastime American. For most of us, hardly a week goes by without some friend of pre-war vintage dropping in to say hello. Well, that's one of the reasons so many Americans keep Roma California Sherry on hand always. For the gold and amber radiance and tempting nut-like richness of sherry of Roma capture the very spirit of gracious hospitality. And Roma Sherry does more than welcome guests. Roma Sherry is the perfect first call to dinner. The happy, mellow, moderate wine that suits your every entertaining need. Like the other Roma California Roma dessert wines, Roma Port, Roma Muscatel, and Roma Tokay, Roma Sherry is a true wine from just the luscious goodness of the finest grapes. Patiently guided to taste perfection by Roma winemaking skill and resources, unmatched in America. That's why Roma is America's favorite wine. Why more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. So insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines, and enjoy unvarying goodness at reasonable cost, always.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Elliot Reed, starring with Wally Mayer as Mr. Willard, Kathy Lewis as the girl, and Raymond Lawrence as Mr. Keniston in Return Trip, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Well, Superintendent, what do you think of the yarn so far? Okay. If you'll help me get a swig of that water.
Sure.
The way they got me rigged up here. Oh, thanks. Let's see now, where was I? Yeah. Acts 2, 3, and 4 coming up. Well, after the avalanche struck, I just sat there gripping the steering wheel, sort of stunned. There wasn't a sound except for the wind, and that was muffled by the snow barrier that packed us in. Even on the far side, the bus was buried up to the middle of the windows. Well, all this was only a matter of seconds, I suppose. And then suddenly the quiet was broken by the most gosh-awful racket. It was as if somebody had up and given the signal for my passengers to go completely nuts.
Get me out of here! Get me out of here!
Look out! Willard's got an axe.
Hey, Axe, get away from me!
Let go of it, Willard. Let go of that axe. No!
That did it.
He's the one. He's the one.
Lucky I saw him grab that fire axe. It's what the district attorney likes to call a lethal weapon.
And then some. Step back. He's coming, too.
Tie him up.
You'll find a rope in the dashboard compartment. Get it for me.
Driver, I'll report you for this.
You will, huh?
I was going to smash your window so we could get out of here.
Oh, yeah?
Sure. What did you think I... Oh, so that's it, huh?
Here's the rope, driver.
Now, look here. Wait a minute. You can't do this. You can't tie me up, you fools. I'm not Killer Greg.
Maybe he isn't.
Maybe. But like that guard said, we can't take chances. If you're innocent, mister, you can prove it to the authorities.
If we ever live that long, have you forgotten that we're trapped here by an avalanche and a blizzard that could go on and on and on?
Just the same...
This is ridiculous.
Yes, so you feeling all right?
No, I'm not crazy, driver. But I guess it was a... Actually, there's no proof that Killer Greg is on this bus.
Well, if you put it that way...
It's all my fault, and I'm sorry. My only excuse is that I was just so upset by seeing Jim, my husband.
Well, I still say
No. Now we've got to start acting like rational human beings. Let Greg. Killer Greg. Let me out of here. Oh, let me out of here. Please, let me out of here. Oh, I just got to get out of here.
Well, we just let her wolf out. Her kicking and banging on the door. Nobody said a word. Willard and Keniston just stared at me and at each other. By and by, the girl stopped her fussing, and then she stood and stared at the three of us in rotation. It would have made your flesh crawl. Outside, the blizzard was getting worse, if possible. Finally, I reached into the watch pocket of my pants and got out the old timepiece.
What time is it, driver?
I broke the crystal. It still says 4:15.
It's 5:30. Only an hour and a half since we started out. An hour and a half.
5:30 in the afternoon. At the very best, we're stuck until morning.
16 hours.
Might as well be forever.
Look, miss, we just got to make the best of it. I still think you ought to go back to the rear seat.
And sleep?
If you can.
Willard, the driver, and myself will be keeping a rather close eye on each other. In the light of recent developments, you'll be all right. Here, driver, give me that axe.
Huh?
Let her have it for her protection.
Sure, let her have it.
Yes, give it to me.
Okay. You holding on to the file, too?
Of course she is. The file could also be a lethal weapon.
Well, she took the axe and the file back to the rear seat with her, and we all sat down to wait. The longest were the seconds of the longest minutes of the longest hours that ever... Well, somehow it got to be 9 o'clock, 10, 11. Finally, it was midnight. Ever fought against sleep? With the cold numbing you and the wind lulling you? Sometimes even the fear of sudden death can't win against those odds. Time and again, the girl's eyes would close just for a second, and then they stayed closed longer, and her head nodded and her body slumped over against the corner of the seat. I got up and started down the aisle.
Where are you going?
Keniston, can't you see she's asleep?
Where are you going?
Her lap robe slipped to the floor. I was going to pick it up and cover her so she wouldn't freeze. Any objections?
I'll do it. Oh, no, you won't. Go ahead, driver.
See, Keniston? Willard should do it. Thinks I. That makes it 2-1. Help me! Help me with this wildcat! Get that file away from her before she jabs my eyes out! She was like a devil on a pinwheel. And I was lucky to tear loose before she did any more than nick me about the face. Afterwards, when Willard told her what I was up to, she apologized. But I didn't go near her again all the rest of that night. Well, about 5 o'clock, the blizzard stopped. And at 7, the sun managed to break through. Then we held a council of war.
We can't send out for help.
Why not?
Don't you see, Mr. Willard? If we split up the men, whichever of you is Greg would have too good an opportunity. Whether he goes or stays.
You could go alone.
Yes, I'd never met...
We could all go together. How about that, driver?
Well, no, I'd rather stick with a bus, Keniston. But before we decide anything, let's get out and look around. We got a window open on the far side of the bus and crawled through, the girl first. She was still clutching the axe and the file.
Come here and look.
What?
Another few yards and we'd have escaped the avalanche entirely. We can shovel our way out. I'm sure we can.
There were 2 shovels in the tool compartment at the tail guard of the bus. That only let 2 men shovel at a time, with the third man getting a breather meanwhile. It took a lot of shoveling.
What's the matter, driver? Hurt your hand?
Oh, nothing much. Ooh, this feels good to take off those stiff leather gloves.
Nasty blisters you got on that right hand. On the thumb and fingers.
Keniston, are you shoveling or talking? We'll never get out of here at this rate.
It's your turn anyway. I'm tired.
Not as tired as Willard looks. I'll relieve him.
No, that's all right. I can keep going yet for a while.
Okay, then. Keniston?
Yeah.
Let me take a turn. I know I won't be much help, but I can at least try.
No. You're mountain guard. Though I'm sure you could do as well as Keniston. Keniston? Where's Keniston?
Why, he's right. Stop him!
Keniston was making a mad dash through the snow. Willard dropped his shovel and tore after him. I yelled for Willard to let him go, but I don't think he even heard me. For a while, it looked like Keniston was going to make it. But then he floundered and fell in a snowdrift, and before he could get underway again, Willard nailed him.
Well, he'll stay put for a while.
What'd you do, knock him out?
Well, what else was there to do?
Is he? Oh.
I know all the time it was Keniston.
You think his running away proves it?
It's the same as if he confessed. He knew it was his last and only chance.
What are we going to do with him now?
Tie him up. Then we're getting him and the bus out of here. Say, I wonder if there's a reward.
In no time at all, we had the bus clear and headed for civilization. Those snow-covered mountain roads weren't exactly my idea of a speedway, but I gave my motor the gun. Willard and the girl didn't take their eyes off Keniston. I kept watching him, too, out of the mirror over the driver's seat. He looks like he's coming, too.
Don't worry, driver. Those knots I made in the rope won't give. Besides, I'm keeping the axe handy just in case.
He's opening his eyes.
Watch him now. Watch him.
Yes, watch me. And listen to me, too.
Shut up, Keniston. Or I'll stop this bus and put you out for good.
I've had my not before say. Willard and you, too, lady. Why do you think I tried to make a break for it?
Because
You're Killer Greg.
You fools! You blind, stupid fools! Was it my watch that had its crystal smashed at 3:45 yesterday afternoon?
So it was mine. So what?
At 3:45 yesterday afternoon, Killer Greg waylaid the real driver of this bus and took his place.
What?
That's how the crystal came to be broken.
Shut up. Keniston, you can't talk your way out of this.
It could be a coincidence.
Sure.
That's what I thought, too. Coincidence. Until I noticed the blisters on the thumb and first two fingers of the right hand. A file would make blisters like that. A file held in the right hand of Killer Greg.
Look at him. It's true.
Greg! Don't come a step closer, any of you. You make the slightest move and I'll crash the whole lot of us.
Don't do it, Greg. Stop the bus. We won't do anything.
It was a perfect plan. It had to work. If only that avalanche hadn't come along. But I'll still make it. I'll make it even if I have to. It rolled over and over and over and over. The bus and the glass all smashed. Everybody was all mangled and...
All right. Go to sleep now.
Sleep? Who can go to sleep? Anyway, I outlived those three. Killer Greg.
Presented by Roma Wines. R-O-M-A. Made in California for enjoy throughout the diamond world. This is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. These days of hard-to-get meat and butter offer a real challenge to the American housewife who takes meals. That's why so many smart women serve Roma California Burgundy with dinner. They know that even the simplest meals taste better, becomes more enjoyable when served with a fine, robust Roma Burgundy. Discover for yourself the satisfying taste harmony of Roma Burgundy with food. The next time you serve a savory pot roast, oven-browned meatloaf, or a piping hot dish of spaghetti heaped with a spicy sauce, bring out all its flavorful goodness of red with a bottle of Roma Burgundy. Or, if you prefer a lighter wine, let Roma California Claret or famous Roma Zinfandel add magic taste and friendliness to your next meal. Remember, Roma, America's favorite wine, costs no more than ordinary wines. So insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, America's first choice in wine.
Elliot Reed appeared through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, producers of To Each His Own. Next Thursday, same time, Roma Wines will bring you Mr. Leon Ames as star of Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrill.
Radio by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, Antioch, the Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Suspense, which originally aired Thursday, June 27th, 1946. 75 years ago today. This episode of Suspense originally aired Sunday, November 18th, 1956.
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
Take a deep breath, let it out, and slowly. And once more. No, this is not a caprice. It is a thoughtful precaution. Fill your lungs well now, for you will be holding your breath for the next 30 minutes as you live through The Long Night with Frank Lovejoy. A tale well calculated to keep you in
Suspense.
This is United 404, 10,000 over outer range. Request lower altitude, over.
United 404, this is Rockford Tower. Maintain present further altitude until eyes to over.
United 4, roger, Rockford. Over and out.
Rockford Radio, this is Delta 318, over.
Delta 318, this is Rockford Radio. Go ahead.
Delta 318, request permission for straight in approach. I'm over Milford Hills at 4,000, over.
Delta 318, straight in approach.
You stand in the airport
granted.
control tower 90 feet up in the sky over Rockford Field, waiting to go on the night watch. And you listen to the babble of voices that fill the crowded room in an endless series of requests. Request for altitude change, request for landing permission, request for the weather.
Here is the 9 o'clock weather. Low, straightest clouds over the entire Mississippi Valley, spreading out over the central states. Visibility 2 miles. Ceiling 2,200 feet and lowering steadily. Smoke
Clouds,
and haze,
smoke, haze, and fog, and a ceiling getting lower every minute. You look out through the tinted glass windows into the misty night, and you think of the strangers overhead, in and above the clouds. And you wonder if they, too, feel the hush as the long night begins. You wonder if the strangers, with the throb of engines and the harsh rasp of many voices in their ears, can feel the stillness. You look around the tower room, you look and you listen to the voices, and you're glad every time a ship touches down safely on the long, light-lined runways.
Okay, Brother Ken, you can have it. For me, it's been a long day.
Traffic been heavy?
It started sort of slow, but it's building up. I got 3 converging on the outer marker and range, inbound. It's all here on the board for you.
Yeah, okay.
They're beginning to stack up over Chicago, but that's their worry.
Yeah, and they can have it.
Yeah. Well, happy land.
So long, Charlie.
Night, Charlie.
Rockford Tower, this is TWA Flight 70, requesting weather your field. Over.
Hello, TWA 70. This is Rockford. We have straightest clouds, ceiling of 2,000, visibility under 2 miles. Smoke, haze, and fog on the ground. Over.
What is your traffic there, Rockford?
5 inbound inside the 20-mile range, 1 Convair and 2 DC-7s outbound on the red. Over.
Okay, Rockford, this is TWA 70, requesting change of flight plan to land your field instead of Chicago.
Roger, TWA. I'll notify Chicago and clear you in. Give us a call when you pass the Milburn Hills. Rockford out.
Roger, thanks very much.
Give Chicago a call, Mike. Tell them their Flight 70 is terminating here.
Okay, Ken, we'll do. Hello, Chicago. Rockford Radio.
Rockford Tower, this is Beechcraft Bonanza N91457.
Hello, Beechcraft N91457. This is Rockford Tower.
I've been homing on your range, and apparently my automatic direction finder isn't working. I think I'm lost.
Stand by, 457. Check the flight file, will you, Mike? See if he's on it.
All right.
Hello, Rockford. Are you hearing me, Rockford? If you are, please give me a call.
This is Rockford. You find we're reading in Beach. Hold on a second. Find anything on it, Mike?
Nope, there's nothing here, Ken. No flight plan.
Okay. Hello, Beechcraft N91457. This is Rockford Tower. What seems to be the trouble with your ADF?
I don't know exactly, Rockford. I'm not too familiar with this equipment. But I don't think it's because I'm working right and changing from one range to another just like I was told to. And I ought to have been somewhere over Minneapolis long ago. And I'm not.
All right, Beechcraft, we'll work something out for you. Where are you flying from?
Indianapolis.
Headed on a direct flight to Minneapolis?
That's right, Rockford. I set my automatic direction finder just exactly the way I was told to when they installed it.
Did you make any visual checks against what your ADF showed?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Did you check your course when you passed over the airways range stations by looking at visual ground objects like signs on the top of oil tanks telling you what city you were over, anything like that?
No, I'm afraid I didn't. I thought my ADF was working, so I didn't think about anything else.
Okay. Now, what was your last known position?
Last known? Well, I'm trying to think. I guess the last time I positively knew where I was when I departed Indianapolis.
What time was that?
About 5:30, maybe 5:45.
5:30? Verify that time. That would be more than 3 hours en route. You should be well out of my range.
Yeah, I know. But I've been circling for more than an hour, trying to make the ADF work and looking for Rockford.
What is your remaining fuel supply?
Well, I guess there's no use kidding myself. I think I've got about 45 minutes, maybe at the very best, an hour.
Well, here is the situation. The weather here is solid overcast at 600, visibility 1 mile in smoke and haze. Do you see any towers, high grounds, railways that you can identify?
No, I can't see anything but clouds on top.
Holy smoke, did I hear that right?
Yes, you did. Beechcraft, did you say you were on top?
That's right, on top of a solid layer. Have been for a long time.
At what altitude?
I'm at 5,000 indicated, about 1,000 above the clouds.
457, take a good look around you. Are there any breaks in the overcast? Any holes? Can you see any thin spots in the area at all?
No, it's solid. It's a completely solid layer.
Are you an instrument pilot?
What do you mean?
I mean, are you checked out on instruments? Do you have instrument training?
No, I've never been on instruments in my life. I'm just lost.
You look at the clock, 9:04. You look at the clock and mentally give yourself 45 minutes. 45 minutes to find him, bring him in, and get him on the ground. You check the latest weather chart and you don't like what you see. Your mouth feels dry. You reach for a cigarette as you punch the mic button and do the next thing that must be done. Rockford Tower, to all planes working this frequency, we have an emergency. We have an emergency. Please maintain radio silence on this frequency until further notice. Out. Rockford Tower to Beechcraft, N91457. Come in, 457.
Okay, Rockford.
Tell me, how did you get on top?
Well, it was almost clear when I left Indianapolis. I climbed straight out to 5,000, and later, while I was trying to get the ADF working, I found myself on top. It just happened.
Yes. Are you familiar with range orientation?
No, I think about that. Don't know.
Only for experienced professionals. But you know there's no time for hindsight. There's hardly any time for hopes. So you push the black button and you try to sound calm. Hello, 457. This is Rockford Tower. Now, listen to me carefully. Are you reading me okay?
Yeah. Hello, Rockford. I'm hearing you fine. Loud and clear.
All right. Now I'm going to try to get a fix on you. But before I do, I want you to know what the situation is. I'm sure I can find you. I'm really sure I can reasonably get you over the airport before you're out of fuel. I am not sure, though, that we can get you on the ground. Do you understand?
No, I don't understand. I'm lost and I'm about out of gas and I don't understand why we're wasting time talking about it. You get me over an airport and then we'll worry about getting on the ground.
All right, but you understand this. It's my job to help find you. It's my job to help you find the airport, and I'll do everything I can to get you on the ground. But flying that airplane through those the hard clouds will be the thing you've ever done in your life. Understand that? Do you understand?
Okay, I understand. Now, what are we going to do?
Now, we're going to orient you by radio and bring you in over the Rockford Airport. I will tell you what must be done, but you have got to do it. I can't fly your airplane for you. Do you understand?
Yeah. Okay, Rockford. I understand.
You know the standard procedures for range orientation. You've run over every step of them 1,000,000 times for just this kind of emergency. That's one of the reasons you're up here in this modern Tower of Babel on these long nights. But you've got 2 strikes against you on this one. Time, you read the clock at 9:07, and an error. Fool. Get Chicago Control Center on the horn. Ask them to set up an alert of all facilities within 100 miles.
Roger.
You better get them to clear all altitudes in the area below 6,000 feet.
Okay, we'll do.
You know, I don't know whether to try to get him down through the clouds now and then try to bring him in, or him over us, whether to get on top and then let him down where we won't lose radio contact if he gets too low.
Well, it's souped up all across the valley, Ken. You might get him down through it, but if he's too far out, he'd have no chance of getting here under the ceiling.
Yeah, and if I don't get him started at something, he'll be out of fuel anyway, and it won't matter. I'm going to bring him in on top.
Okay, I'll check weather very closely, Ken. If I hear of any breaks, I'll give it to you.
Good, thank you. Hello, 457, this is Rockford Tower.
Yeah, okay, Rockford.
I'm going to speak and any part of what I tell you, come in and break me off. It's vital that you understand me. Is that clear?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. Now, I want you to listen very closely to my range signal. Put everything else out of your mind. Listen and describe exactly what you hear.
Okay. Hello, Rockford. I hear a code sound. Is that the range?
That's right. What does it sound like?
Well, it goes da-dit, da-dit.
Okay, 457. Now, is it loud or soft?
It's pretty loud.
Okay, that's the N quadrant. Now, I want you to tune to the Madison, Wisconsin range and tell me what you hear.
Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, hello, Rockford. I've got the Madison range.
What does it say?
It's just like the other, only backwards. Da-da. Da-da.
That's right.
I can hardly hear it's there, but all right.
Yeah, okay, 457. That's the A quadrant. Now I want you to try Peoria and then Chicago. Rockford, Madison, Peoria, Chicago. 4 corners to check from. 4 radio sounds that you hope he's reading correctly. You finish the check, he comes through without a bobble, and you know you have him fixed. You know at least his direction from you. You take a deep breath, and for the first time you feel a tiny flicker of hope that you're going to find your stranger and get him in all right. But you're a long way from home, and you light another cigarette and push the black microphone button hard. Now listen carefully, 457. I'm going to run a check procedure on you. I want you to take up a northeast heading, turn your volume down as low as you can, and still receive my range signal. At the very moment you detect a change in signal strength, either higher or lower, advise me.
All right, Rockford. I'll do my best. I'm not sure that I'm not at all sure.
4, 5. Hello, 7. Can you hear me? Do you hear me, Beechcraft 4, 5, 7?
Rockford. Yes, I read you now. I lost you for a second, but I hear your range signal now.
Did you get all of my last transmission?
Yeah, I think so. I think I can do it. Hello, Rockford. My gauges indicate empty tanks. There's some gas left, I know, but I have no idea how much. Do you know where I am?
I'm quite sure of your direction from me, and I believe I know how far out you are within, say, 20 miles. If what you've told me is correct, I estimate you have 30 minutes fuel remaining. I believe your gauges are indicating normally. Now, try to concentrate on doing just what I've told you to do.
Okay, Rockford. I don't want you to think I'm ungrateful. I realize you can't afford mistakes. But I can't last much longer. I'm not trying to hurry you, but the gauges say empty, and my son is getting sick.
You didn't say anything about having any passengers aboard. How many of you are there?
Just my son and me.
Is the air rough? Is there turbulence?
No the air is smooth.
But you said your son is getting sick.
Yes. You see, he's only 9, and he's getting scared. That's what's making him sick.
You don't say anything for a long minute. You out into the miserable night, and your thoughts are not nice. You think of your own kid, and you thank God he's home safely in bed. And you know now, if you didn't know it before, that you've got to bring these strangers home. You reach for the microphone button, but before you push it back on your voice is...
Rockford, I can't hear you anymore. Did you hear me? I was talking to you. You didn't answer. Hello, Rockford. Come in, please.
I'm reading you. 457, I heard everything you said. Now listen to me carefully. You should be approaching my west course close into the station. I want you to listen closely and describe any change in your signal. I won't call you. You call me when you hear anything change.
Okay, Rockford. Hello, Rockford. The much loud signal is now, and I'm getting more of a continuous tone in my earphones, although I can still hear that other signal.
All right, 457. That's fine. That's good. Now, listen carefully. Turn your volume down a little more. And when you no longer hear that other signal, and when the continuous tone is loud and clear, and when you hear nothing but the continuous tone, at that time I want you to turn right to a heading of 9-3's magnetic. 8 degrees. Is that clear?
Yeah, I think so.
You think so? You've got to know so. When you hear nothing but a tone, when there's nothing but a loud buzz in your ears, I want you to turn right to 9-3 degrees on your compass. Do you understand me?
Yes, I understand. Turn right to 9-3 degrees on the compass when I hear a loud tone.
That's correct.
The tone is strong now. I just signal. Don't hear the other. Nothing but the tone. Shall I?
Yes, turn right. Turn to 9-3 degrees and advise.
Advise?
Advise when on course, when on 9-3 degrees, advise.
Roger. Advise when I'm on course now, on 93.
All right, good.
Control Center has everything cleared on the 6,000. They're monitoring the calls, too.
Okay, Mike, thanks a lot. What's the time?
9:40, straight up.
9:40? That's 12 minutes to make it in. Hello? 457. You're approaching the range now. You're almost... The road over the range is about 2 miles from where I'm sitting. The signal you hear will continue to increase in volume until you cross the range. At that time, it will fade out quickly. For a moment, you may hear nothing. Then it will increase again rapidly. Now, at the very instant your signal fades, I want you to make an immediate left turn to a heading of 4-5 degrees magnetic. Take that heading and advise. Understand?
I understand.
Mike, get on.
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
I think she's beautiful. Well, they don't come too mean to Lee Duncan. You watch me tame her, Nick. You know something? I remember the way it used to be. The ringmaster would say, ladies and gentlemen, the greatest of them all, Lee Duncan. And I'd be standing there in that spotlight holding my whip and wearing that red and gold costume.
Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest of them all, Lee Duncan.
Yeah. Huh? Jezebel, you? Go ahead.
Sure. Lee.
Sure. You watch me. I'll show you how a man does taming, Nick. Take a good look, Jezebel. I'm going to teach you. Hey, what am I doing here? Now. Back! Jezebel, back! Back! Ruby! Ruby!
This is Jeffrey Barnes, mystery fans. In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 2 of tonight's Mole mystery, the story of a man who has a unique way of getting rid of his enemies. Meantime, here's Dan Seymour to tell you all about Mole's special offer.
Here it is, friends. Mole's big get-acquainted offer. And we'll send you 5 guaranteed Persona blades, single or double edge. Remember the end panel from any package of Mole with 10 cents in coin, plus your name and address, to Box 19. That's Box 19, New York 8, New York. So get Mole and send for your blades tomorrow. And now back to Act 2 of Talk Them to Death, starring Everett Sloane as Nick Arnold.
We buried Lee next day, what was left of him. A month later, Duke married Ruby and became 100% onerous of the circus, thus proving that everything comes to him who waits. The money made by exhibiting Jezebel, the almost man paid for the new banners and posters advertising the Duke Arnold Show. The Duke Arnold Show. I'd see my brother staring at those 4 little words on the 3 sheets for minutes at a time. His eyes would be filled with the wonder and the glory of them. Something like souls on the road to Damascus, I imagine. And what were they, after all? Just words, printed words, ink on paper. Words. I love words. Yes, Duke was a happy man. Except for a few little things.
Are you happy, Duke? Do I make you happy?
You know you do. Oh, I love you, Ruby.
I'm crazy about you.
I know you are, Ruby. Sometimes it scares me.
Scares you?
I was thinking about Lee.
What about Lee?
It's all right, though, honest. I know you did it for me.
Did it for you? Wasn't it you that did it for me?
What are you trying to... Well, you know I was with you. No, wait. Don't talk. Let's forget we mentioned it. Talking about it could take us someplace we don't want to go.
But I think...
So they dropped it. But they were never, ever quite sure about each other after that. Never absolutely sure. Then Duke began to drink, and his temper grew murderous.
I could kill you, you little punk.
Mom. Stop it, Duke, stop it. What's Robbie done now?
I'll tell you what, he's made 3 of the coach kids hand in the notices. To leave him because your little Robbie's been throwing his weight around.
Did you do that, Robbie?
Mom, I was only having a little fun. Fun? Is that what you call it? Putting me to the trouble and expense of bringing 3 more girls down if I can find them? You stay away from my performance, you hear me, panty waist? You let them alone, all of them.
Stop it, Duke.
And if I catch you annoying Annette again, I'll...
Stop it. Calm down. I can hear you all over the lot.
Well, let him. I'm the boss.
Yeah, and how did you get the B-boy?
Why, you...
Duke!
Well, he... Oh, nuts!
I enjoyed watching Duke stew. I would have liked it to go on and on. But what words was I to use, and upon whom? And then I thought of Duke's temper, and a name popped into my head. Robbie. Yes, Robbie. Ruby's darling Robbie. Next afternoon, I was in the office wagon writing some letters.
Hey, Nick. Seen Mom?
What did you say?
Have you seen Mom?
Oh, no, but I saw someone else. Come on in. You're just the man I was looking for.
You looking for me? What about?
I have a message for you. From Annette. Satin Skin? No kidding, what? You're a lucky guy. She wants to see you in her wagon after tonight's show. Probably wants a date with you.
No fooling, huh? What do you know about that? Well, it's about time. That's all I gotta say. It's about time. Boys... Hey, wait a minute. Are you sure she said Robbie the last time I spoke?
That's the way some women are. They like to play hard to get. You know what I mean.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Nick. I'll see you around, huh?
Yeah, don't mention it. So long. In her wagon. After tonight's show. Words. I followed Robbie to Annette's wagon that night.
Hello, Satin Skin. Here's your Robbie.
Oh, beat it, or I'll tell your mother on you.
Look, I got a box of candy for you. $5 worth. Doesn't that get Robbie a little kiss?
Go away, little boy.
Come here.
I said go away. I mean it.
Hard to get, huh? I know. But you don't have to pretend with Robbie. Now, how about the kiss?
You can only see how funny you look trying to act like a man of the world. Now go away, Robbie. Go away.
Come on, give me a kiss.
Stop. Now don't come any closer. I'm warning you. I said...
Oh, why, you little...
Let go. Let go. You let go of me. Get out of here.
Robbie! Duke! I told you, Robbie!
Duke, don't, please! Duke, don't! I didn't do that! Let go of me, Duke!
I ran after them as quickly as I could. In the lights of the wagons all down the line, I could see Robbie running, dodging, stumbling over tent pegs, looking over his shoulder, tripping over ropes, heading straight for Ruby, and Duke pounding after him. When I got to her wagon, I saw Robbie inside, cowering behind Ruby, while she was trying to hold Duke off with a gun.
Mom, go get him, Mom. Make him go away with you. Mom, you dirty lot. Duke, get choked. Duke, stop it or I'll shoot. Duke, you killed him.
Ruby, why?
I couldn't help thinking how easy it is to kill with words. Robbie strangled to death. Duke shot to death. Ruby charged with manslaughter. Bingo. 3 birds with 1 stone, and I still had the stone. It was nice to be boss of the Duke Arnold Circus. There was only one cloud on my otherwise blue horizon. Peter the Great. There wasn't anything definite between them as yet, but it was plain that Annette was interested. If it were possible to describe Peter the Great in one word, that word would be egotistical. It wasn't hard to think of the words to use on Peter.
You wanted to see me, Nick?
Yes. Sit down, Pete. Pete, I was wondering how you'd react if Annette were to share star billing with you. She's become a big drawing card.
Why, sure. Give it to her. She deserves it. I don't mind. In fact, I'm glad for her. Nick, is she becoming a bigger draw than me?
Well, she's right up there with you. You know how it is. Customers always like something new and different, and she keeps adding new stunts to her routine.
Yes, I know. She's good, all right. Do you think I ought to change my routine a little?
No, you've got a good routine, but if I may suggest...
Why, certainly. Go ahead.
Your act isn't sensational enough. What you need is a flash stunt, something that will make the yap's ears flap back and forth with excitement.
Have you got any ideas?
Well, I was thinking, could you manage an underwater escape?
Underwater?
Yes, something like this. You're handcuffed, and then after a thorough search for hidden keys, you get into a crate. The crate is sealed and lowered beneath the surface of the water. A couple of minutes later, your head appears above the surface. You're out of the cuffs and free of the crate. Something like that. Could you do it?
Why, sure. Sure to be a snap, I think. It's just a question of shucking the cuffs. The rest is only trimming. Okay, let's do it that way.
You're sure you can handle it? I don't want you to try it if it's too dangerous. Maybe you're not good enough to escape from...
I can escape from anything.
Well, all right, then. I'll start working on it right away. Our next stand is Scudderville. There's a bridge spanning a pretty big stream right across the street from the fairgrounds. And I think...
You are privileged to witness one of the most astounding feats ever performed. You will see Peter the Great do the impossible right before your very eyes. Folks, you have just seen your chief of police search Peter thoroughly and handcuff him. Tell the folks, Chief, you discover any keys or pickle or concealed devices?
I did not.
There you are, folks. Now step into the casket, Peter. Lie down and we'll close the lid.
All set, Pete?
Yeah. You check the winch and the rope? I don't want any slip-ups there. Unless this casket is anchored to the bridge, I'm a dead pigeon.
Don't worry about that. I attended to it personally.
Okay then, Nick. Just remember, if I'm not above water in 3 minutes, pull me up fast.
Hold it, drummer! And now the casket containing Peter the Great is being lowered into the raging rapids below. There you are, folks. He is now below water. In a moment or two, the casket will be resting on the bed of the stream, 34 feet below water. Notice the strong pull of the current. See how the rope from the casket to the winch is taut and strained. And notice the rope snaps.
This is Jeffrey Barnes again. In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of Talk Them to Death. Now a word from George Putnam.
Here's something to keep in mind if dandruff is hurting your attractiveness. Many methods are ineffective for combating dandruff because they merely do what plain water does, that is, remove loose dandruff. They don't destroy the germ called Pityrosporum ovale that many outstanding authorities say is the cause of the most common kind of dandruff. For real relief, this germ must be destroyed. Now, a scientific product named Double Danderine fights dandruff effectively because it kills this germ on contact. Double Danderine is so remarkably effective that even in many stubborn cases, results have been amazing. And the reason for Double Danderine's astonishing effectiveness is a special ingredient, an active antiseptic that's so wonderfully efficient many hospitals use it. In Double Danderine, we call it Alzan. So don't waste time by trying to combat this dandruff with ineffective methods that actually are no better than plain water. Use Double Danderine instead. If you're not satisfied, you'll get your money back. Get Double Danderine tomorrow.
I turned my back on the crowd and walked away from the bridge a happy man. Of course the rope had snapped. I attended to it personally. Yes, I was happy. There is no greater satisfaction than that afforded by the knowledge of a good job well done. I had the show, and it would be only a question of time before I had a net also. Meanwhile, there was work to be done. A letter to Billboard informing that Bible of the amusement world of the unfortunate occurrence at the Scudderville Bridge. Then an advertisement to be inserted for a new escape artist for the Duke Arnold Circus. Peter! Peter, how did you... Oh, no, Peter, listen to me. Let me explain. You're upset and excited, and I understand what you must think, but let me assure you that
I'm going to kill you.
No, please stay where you are. Listen to me. Listen to me. I'll give you half the show. I'll give you show ice cube meat for them, Duke and Ruby and Rocky. Listen to me. Listen to me. Can't you hear me? No. No. Listen. Keep them away from me. Keep them away, please. Please, please.
Peter never heard me. My lovely words were wasted on him. Yes, he was stone deaf. The pressure of the water had burst his eardrums. Well, Peter couldn't hear me, but it seems everyone else in Scutterville could. Well, what's past is past. It isn't bad where I am now. More like a rest home than a state asylum for the criminally insane. Of course, there are guards all around, and my activities for the time being are limited. But it has its good side. It's given me time to think, and I've arrived at certain conclusions that may interest you. My mistake was in squandering my talents upon too small an undertaking. What a fool I was, wasting my time and efforts on a cheap little circus when there was a world to conquer. Times seem always to be ripe for a man like me, a man who can manipulate people with words. This country is filled with fools who are open to, suggestion, shall we say? If one knows the proper words, they'll listen. You think not? You think they won't listen to me? Don't be silly. You've been listening, haven't you?
And now this is Jeffrey Barnes again, bringing down the final curtain on tonight's presentation of Talk Them to Death, written by Walter B. Newman. Be sure to join us next week when the Mystery Theater presents Challenge to the Listener.
The original music for the Mystery Theater is composed and conducted by Alexander Sendler. Everett Sloan was starred, Ralph Bell and Mary Shipp featured in tonight's program. Any resemblance between the names and characters used on this show and any actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Sometimes when we're tired, we make mountains out of molehills. We putter around till even the easiest job seems impossible. Well, if you're that tired and pale besides, your doctor may find you have a borderline anemia resulting from a ferronutrient deficiency in blood. Then you need ironized yeast tablets. They help build up your strength by building up your red blood to get back yourself, your color, your vigor, your driving energy. Ironized yeast tablets.
And now this is Dan Seymour again, saying goodnight until next week at this same time, when the Mystery Theater presents Challenge to the Listener.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The preceding NBC program was transcribed earlier from its Eastern release to be heard at this time.
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
And your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, serving listeners on the Internet, city radio, and community stations with a variety of old-time radio. Visit radio.macinmind.com for more information. We now present Chandu the Magician on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. This episode of Chandu the Magician first aired Friday, January 7th, 1949.
Chandu the Magician. Chandu brings you a repeat performance of his mystifying Assyrian money changer trick. Yes, by popular demand, once more you can get this thrilling magic trick for just 25 cents in coin. 1 quarter and the White King granulated soap box top, or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers, mailed to Chandu, Sangalas, Lot 21. Listen. You take a penny from your pocket or handbag and lay it on a table. Cover the penny with the mystic ruby block. So coot, you say. Now lift the block, and behold, in place of your penny, there's a silver dime. Here's an amusing pocket trick for you men, an entertaining party trick for you ladies, and a trick with which you boys and girls can mystify all your young friends. Just send a quarter and a White King soap box top or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. Send for your money changer tonight. Faced with the mysterious loss of the occult power which had given him the name Chandu the Magician throughout the Far East, Frank Chandler has been unable to free his sister Dorothy Regent from the barbarous Siamese jungle tribe. Moreover, he has discovered just in time Bob's reckless attempt to release his mother, a plan which Chandler knows would have meant the death of all of them. But Chandler does not know, as he goes into his room at the primitive bungalow, that Betty has determined to offer herself as a sacrifice to the Cobra God in Dorothy's place. Silently, Betty and Bob have slipped out into the blackness of the jungle night. An hour later, a man stumbles across the veranda to the door of Chandler's room. Chandu, the magician.
Yes? Yes, who is it?
Robert. Frank.
Oh, just a minute, Robert. Come in.
What a trip.
You didn't find the place.
Oh, yes, I did. Is Dorothy... Is she...
Nothing's happened yet. Here, Robert. Drink this. And then stretch out on the bed.
I'm more tired than I thought.
I don't see how you made it there and back so soon. Take it easy, Robert. Come on, lie down. That's better. You want something to eat?
No, thanks. We had some food a couple of hours ago.
I wish I hadn't let you go. I haven't been able to do anything without staying here.
I don't know. Maybe if you had...
So it was no use.
He won't interfere, whatever these people do.
Are you sure you saw the right man?
Oh, yes. There was a great hue and cry going on when we got there. Drums beating and a big fire in front of the shrine, or whatever they call it.
What? Before you arrived?
Yes. It was...
Good Lord. They knew you were coming.
How could they?
These village people sent a messenger ahead of you. And I'd have sworn Betong was honest.
Betong?
Yes, the village chief. You know, the man we spoke to.
Oh, yes.
I know you're worn out, Robert, but can you tell me what happened?
Nothing, Frank. The man came out. He was an old fellow, wrinkled and scrawny. He looked like an idol come to life.
I wonder if your guide made him understand what you wanted.
Oh, the old man spoke English?
What?
Of a sort. I understood him perfectly. And he knew how serious it is, Frank.
Well, where would a man like that learn to speak English?
Oh, what difference does it make?
It might make a great deal. These village people at least understand it, even if they won't speak it. I thought...
What?
That temple priest was a member of the Dakuka Phi. I thought he was the only one. And he might have been sent here to spy on Dr. Shaw, but now I'm beginning to wonder.
Oh, I don't care who they are. All I can think of is how I failed Dorothy. After all the risks she's run for me.
Then you can imagine what this means to me, Robert. Why can't I do something?
Frank, I know nothing whatever about the things you learned in India. But would you mind if I made a suggestion?
Of course not.
I've had similar experiences in the midst of a particularly delicate experiment. Sometimes the one thing I need eludes me. Frank, if you ever could make use of the occult, you still can.
You can't have lost the power entirely.
Robert, I've tried everything. I've tried to reach those natives through their superstitions, their fears. I can't. And when I try to reach Dot, it's just as though there were a high wall between us. Unless I can break it down, I'm helpless.
I wish I could help you.
No one can, but myself. That's the irony of the whole thing. Hour after hour, I sit here in the darkness.
Frank.
Don't get up, Robert.
I have some stuff in this little medicine kit Dr. Shaw. You can... Oh, I'm sorry.
That jungle trip's enough to wear out any man. All right. I'll just make sure Bob stayed in his room. Bring me the candle, will you?
Why, yes. Why, he isn't here. But where...
Oh, I'd forgotten. I left him in Betty's room. Bob? Well, they're both gone. Listen. You'd better stay here, Robert.
Not at all. Where are you going?
Over where that drum's beating. Out this way. Walk along here by the temple wall. There's a path here somewhere. Yes, here it is.
Go ahead. I'll follow you. Why would the children come out here at this hour?
Heaven only knows. I thought after what I said to Bob... Listen. Just an animal, I guess.
Why, there's a fire somewhere ahead. See the reflection?
Yes. Yeah, stop a minute. The path turns here.
Confound these white clothes. If we're not careful, we'll burst out of the jungle and then...
Shh. We almost did just that. Yeah, look through the branches. Here. See the fire?
The children aren't there.
Not yet, at least. There's a tribal council. There's Betong.
Frank, the fellow standing next to him. It's that guide of mine.
The man Dr. Shaw sent to take you through the jungle. Well.
You have heard the words of Betong. Now I will tell you what I have seen and heard. Through the jungle, I led the man whose woman is to die.
Why, it seems strange Dr. Shaw would send me with a guide who couldn't be trusted.
I'm beginning to understand a lot of things.
For his death. Because it was forbidden, I could not kill him myself.
Why, I'm lucky to have come back alive.
I led him to the great temple, to the one who sees in darkness. He is very wise. He turned his face from the man because he knew.
What does he mean?
He knew you were here, who you were. I told you they knew you were coming.
These are the words of the one who sees in darkness. Return the man to the village alive. For the way of the foreigner is not our way. When the woman dies, he will bring to the temple the great emerald.
Why, there was a chance of his releasing Dorothy.
Wait a minute. He's not through.
And the warning came to my ears from him who sees in darkness. Let the woman die. See it done. For her brother is Chandu.
Quick, Robert. Let's get over there. They must have run this fast.
You go first, Your eyes are better than mine. Frank, that emerald business. It is your emerald they want.
Hurry. The council will break up in a few minutes.
But, Frank, you'll give them the Yule emerald. It means Dorothy's life.
You heard what he said? They have no intention of letting her go.
You can at least try it.
Around here, we'll come out at the temple steps. If Bob and Betty are anywhere in the clearing, we should see them. They're both wearing white clothes.
Yes.
Come on. Somebody in this village beside the temple priest knew Roxo wanted that emerald. Accusing Dot of killing was just an excuse now, I'm sure of it.
If they kill her, what difference does it make why they do it?
None. They do. But don't you see, Robert? The emerald has nothing to do with their superstitions or their cobra worship.
What of it?
It's holding them somebody in what you might call almost a bondage of fear. And it's an outsider, a foreigner. The temple priest was Chinese. That's why he was killed. But they're still afraid. So...
And while you theorize Dorothy will be killed.
I'm not just... Wait. Here's the temple.
Are we going in?
No. I can't believe Bob and Betty'd go in there after all that's happened. I don't see him anywhere in the clearing, do you?
No.
I'll go up the steps and see if I can hear anything inside. They keep attendance at the altar of the Cobra day and night.
The children are probably back in their rooms by this time. Why not?
Robert, there's something up there. Right in front of the door.
My word. You have eyes like a cat.
See the shadow? Stay here. I'll go up and see.
If it's a guard?
If it is and he's seen us, the harm's done anyway.
Good Lord. Frank, in heaven's name, what is it?
You asked for it, so here it is. Back by popular demand. Once more, Chandu offers you his amusing and mystifying magic trick that changes pennies into dimes. Chandu will send you this Assyrian money changer for just 25 cents. Just a quarter and a White King granulated soap box top or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers mailed to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. Listen. You lay a penny on a table in plain sight. Cover the penny with the mystic ruby block, the money-changing block. So coot, you say. Now take away the block. The penny has disappeared, and you see a bright silver dime instead. Do the trick over and over and over. Send for your Assyrian money changer right away. Mail a quarter and a White King soap box top or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. You'll get your money changer by return mail, postpaid. Chandu the Magician is presented for your enjoyment every weekday evening. Special musical effects are by Korla Pandit. The makers of White King invite you to listen again Monday at this time when the story resumes. Chandu the Magician. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Chandu the Magician, which originally aired Friday, January 7th, 1949. This episode of Chandu the Magician first aired Monday, January 10th, 1949.
Chandu the Magician. Now here's good news. Chandu brings back, by popular demand, his thrilling magic trick, the trick that changes pennies into dimes. Once again, Chandu will send you his Assyrian money changer for just 25 cents and the box top from a package of White King soap or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers. Listen. From your pocket, you take a penny. You lay it on the table. Cover it with the mystic ruby block, the money-changing block. Now utter the magic word, so coot. Then remove the block, and the copper penny has changed to a silver dime. Remember, it's fun to watch a magician. It's more fun to be one. So send 25 cents in coin together with a White King soap box top or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. And you'll receive your Assyrian money changer postpaid. Print your name plainly. That's Chandu, Los Angeles 21. Late in the breathless tropic night, Robert Regent has returned from his exhausting trip into the heart of the Siamese jungle. And Frank Chandler learns that the pagan tribal chief has decreed that Dorothy must die to avenge the killing of a temple priest. A moment later, the two men hear in the distance the ominous jungle drums. Alarmed, Chandler discovers the absence of Bob and Betty from the bungalow. After searching the nearby jungle paths, Chandler and Regent return to the clearing. In the darkness, Chandler sees 2 silent, shadowy figures seated before the great carved doors of the pagan temple. Sending Regent back to the bungalow, Chandler runs up the steps alone. Chandu, the magician.
Yeah? Wake up. What are you doing here?
Is it time to get up? Uncle Frank!
Oh, fine. We went to sleep.
Hurry. Come on.
Oh, dear. How could we go to sleep, Bob? Oh, we've spoiled it all now.
Yeah.
The whole clearing will be swarming with natives any minute now. Hurry. Don't you know enough even yet to keep away from the temple?
We didn't think you'd know about it until it was too late.
What?
Well, I guess we'll have to tell you. I thought if I went in and told those temple men I killed that priest myself, they'd let Mother go.
Betty.
I wasn't going to let her go alone, Uncle Frank. And when we got there, the doors, we couldn't get in.
We heard the drums, and we thought everybody'd gone out into the jungle. And they'd be back pretty soon.
They will.
And then we had to go to sleep. What dopes.
I didn't even feel sleepy.
We should have known better than to try it tonight. We haven't had much sleep since they took Mom over there. If we'd caught up on our sleep first...
Listen to me, both of you. Bob?
The whole thing was my idea, Uncle Frank. You can't blame Bob.
Oh, what difference does it make who thought of it? We muffed it, both of us.
I'm not blaming either of you. I know what it took to decide to hand yourselves over to those natives. But you must never do anything like that again.
But look, Uncle Frank.
Don't you suppose I'd have taken your mother's place if those priests would accept anyone else? And so would your father.
We never thought of that.
What? Where is he?
Did Daddy come back from the jungle?
Yes. So worn out he could hardly walk.
I'd better see if he's in his room.
Did he see that head priest, Uncle Frank?
Yes, he did, dear. It was no use.
Oh, isn't there one single thing we can do for Mother?
There'll be something, darling.
But how can you...
Try to believe that. And promise you'll leave it to me.
But even your magic doesn't work anymore.
That's true, Betty. But you ought to know your mother wouldn't let you take her place, even if you could.
I thought she couldn't help it. Oh, Uncle Frank, it's so awful.
I know. But we'll find some way to...
Hey, Dad's out like a lamp. This is sure the night for everybody to pass out. I even shook him, and he never moved.
Well, let him alone, Bob. He'll be all right when he's had some sleep. I suppose you two get some sleep as well. It's almost morning.
You look like you could use some yourself. You'll get to be like Dr. Shaw.
What do you mean, Bob?
He just prowls around all night.
Does he?
Yeah. We saw him out in the veranda just before we went over to the temple.
You did?
What's the matter?
Maybe nothing. He hasn't been in the village all day. I think I'll walk down to his workshop.
Maybe he's thought of something to do for Mother.
If he has, why wouldn't he say so?
I'll talk to him. But don't you two sit up.
But, Uncle Fred...
I'll come back and wake you if there's any news. I promise.
Just a moment, Mr. Chandler. I want to have a look at this test tube. It's a very odd reaction, but I'll come back to it later. Now, what were you saying?
You were about to tell me something, Dr. Shaw.
Well, I've forgotten. It couldn't have been too important.
About your research here, wasn't it?
You're not interested in that, I'm sure. You are not a medical man.
No. But you came here as an agent of the Inner Council. Naturally, we're interested in anything you've discovered about the natives.
I assure you the council would not approve of my research. What a field this is, Mr. Chandler.
I'm sure it is. These people know you're a doctor, of course. Do they allow you to prescribe for them?
Oh, no. Mr. Chandler, these natives know secrets that have been lost to science for thousands of years. They know things you would not believe.
So I've heard. What sort of things?
Well, for instance, what do you suppose is back of the imprisonment of your sister? You and I both know there is more to it than meets the eye.
Oh, yes, I know that.
I've been here for years before I gained their confidence. Little by little, they have told me things. If I dared tell you...
You can trust me, Dr. Shaw. In fact, I think I know what you mean.
You know?
Well, I know that the worship of serpents is only, shall we say, symbolic.
You do know?
And that since the beginning of time, the serpent has been the symbol of Satan. You'd begun this study before the council sent you to Siam, hadn't you?
Oh, yes, indeed. No one knows this, Mr. Chandler. But I studied under the greatest authority in the world, in Egypt.
I see.
Tell me, Mr. Chandler, have you ever heard that in the reign of the Ptolemies in ancient Egypt, many a royal household was adorned with a Mongol princess? Have you heard that?
No. Is that true?
Yes, it is indeed. And I know this. Those ancient kings had perfected a method of forcing the Mongols to send their beautiful women to Egypt. They knew the secret of magnetism.
And it's very interesting.
It's the most fascinating study in the world. Magnetism applied to the living.
What's that?
Well, of course I meant animals. Yes. Animals, my dear fellow.
Of course. I wish you'd told me this the day we arrived.
I never really meant to tell you at all.
I realize that now. But I'm glad you have. Knowledge like this shouldn't be kept in the mind of one man.
I meant to finish the business of the council and then disappear. You would then go back and report me missing in the jungle, but I would not be missing. Oh, no. No, indeed. Go back and tell them if you like. No one will believe you, no.
Oh, come now, Dr. Shaw. You know I won't do that. Why, I might even furnish you with a collaborator.
You, Chandler. You yourself.
I met my sister's husband, Robert Regent.
Robert Regent? Do you think he really would help me with my experiments?
It's possible. He feels indebted to me. And besides...
Think of the tremendous possibilities in the hands of a man who is not afraid to use its power.
Yes, I know.
I'll confess to you, I've actually been experimenting on animals. But I shall soon require subjects of a higher order. You understand, Mr. Chandler?
I thought you must have.
You are astute, my dear fellow. I wonder you have not thought of freeing your sister by...
Dr. Shaw, what do you mean?
Well, I meant... Well, let us say I meant... nothing.
You startled me. I thought for a moment you were suggesting a bargain. Dorothy might be released in return for a promise to become one of your subjects. But of course you didn't mean that, did you?
No. No, certainly not.
Dr. Shaw, may I ask you a question?
What is it?
Did you ever know a man who calls himself Dmitri?
Dmitri? Do you know him, too?
Quite well.
Impossible.
Why?
No one can know him well.
Even though a man studies with him in Egypt for years?
Even then. Mr. Chandler, you must know he is Prince Dmitri.
Yes?
Have you ever thought he might be the Prince of Darkness?
Ahriman.
Ah, no. I see it has not occurred to you. You look as though you think I am quite mad.
No, not at all. You're as sane as I am. But let's not discuss Dmitri.
No, we must not. I wish you had not mentioned his name. You cannot tell what forces you may evoke. Bracken skates, what is that?
What, Dr. Shaw?
Don't tell me you cannot hear it.
Oh, yes.
What is it,
I hear
Chandler? What is it? What do you suppose it can be?
I know what it is.
Tell me. Is it something I have called from the black depths? Oh, why did you come here talking of him? How dare you pry from my mind the secrets I have guarded for so long?
Dr. Shaw, be still.
Don't stand there looking and hear. Get out of this room, or by the black god of the jungle.
Be still, I say.
Get out of here.
For days I've been waiting and listening for that sound. Do you think I'll move when I've heard it at last? Stay where you are. Don't move. I'm going to get this message. Stop, I tell you. Stop!
You asked for it again, so here it is. Once again, Chandu brings back to you his thrilling magic trick that changes pennies into dimes. Just send a White King soap box top or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers with a quarter straight to Chandu, Los Angeles 21, and receive your Assyrian money changer by return mail. Listen. Place a penny on a table. Cover it with the mystic ruby block. Utter the magic word, So-Koot. Then remove the block. And instead of the penny, there on the table is a silver dime. This Assyrian money changer trick is easy. So easy a child can do it. But it is clever. So clever it is very hard to detect. It is so small you can carry it in your pocket. So much fun it will make you the life of any party. Send for the Assyrian money changer right away. Just mail 25 cents in coin, White King, and a soap box top, or EC 3 toilet Arapine soap wrappers to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. You'll receive your magic trick post-paid. Chandu the Magician is presented for your enjoyment every weekday evening.
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
And your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, serving listeners on the internet and community radio stations with a variety of old-time radio. Visit radio.macinmind.com for more information. We now present Spy Stories on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of The Lives of Harry Lime, the Third Man, which originally aired Friday, June 27th, 1952, 69 years ago today.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime, the fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the story The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
You know, I've tried everything in my time. Just about everything. Confidence rackets, smuggling, black market. Once, believe it or not, I even tried going straight. Here's the story of what happened to me then. It's called The Hard Way. Stick around.
Like this, Harry. The good old days is over and past. Things here in Europe is not what they was, not like just after the war. The cops for one thing, the border police and like that, they're all getting so sharp a fella might just as well be trying to earn a living back home. Better.
So what is this all about, Mo? You want to pull out of the racket? Okay. If you want to sell me your piece of the pie.
Harry, I don't want to sell you nothing.
You know, somehow I didn't think so.
Harry, why'd you say that?
Well, buying and selling isn't in your character, old man. Picking up and letting lay is the nearest you're ever likely to come to legitimate commercial procedure, and picking up
legitimate, that's the word, Harry. That's what we got to get to be. The international cops, like I tell you, Harry, is entirely too organized. You know Swifty Sloan and English Everett used to fly in islands?
Yeah?
Very smart little combination that was, huh?
Well, what happened to him?
What happened? Everett makes a jump into England last night.
And the parachute didn't open?
You know that place on the coast of Cornwall, Harry, that was you and me first developed like?
What about it?
As safe a little drop as you can find, huh, Harry? 6 miles from a road, no houses, nothing but header. Well, what do you think they got in the header Thursday night when Everett jumps?
Birds?
Cops. That's what they got in the header now, Harry. That's where half of Scotland Yard is spending their evenings. Everett gets out from under the parachute. It looks like a surprise party. And as for Swifty, they got a couple of fast Coast Guard fellas our job all the way across the channel to Dieppe. Then comes the French planes, and even a fella comes from Belgium. By the time Swifty is forced out, it looks like an international conference.
It does seem rather discouraging.
I tell you, the good times is finished. Pickens was real nice here after the war. There was opportunities. But not anymore. Europe is getting entirely too commercialized.
All right, Mo. What do you suggest? Want to go back home?
To the States, Harry? Eventually, yes. But right now, there's maybe still too many people looking for both of us.
Well?
Meanwhile, we gotta live, Harry.
That, old man, is the first objection to going straight that jumps into my mind.
Well, Harry, we got the plane. It's a pretty good little plane,
It won't be easy to sell, Mo.
No.
It flies okay, but it's a little bit like you and me. It's been around. It's heard the chimes at midnight. We can shop around for a sucker, but what do we do in the interim, old man, for groceries?
What would you say to this, Harry? How does this strike you? The Imperial Safeways Charter Flight Company Incorporated.
Fly for private charter? Is that what you're driving at?
Sure, it's a business, Harry. A nice, quiet, steady little business. And no trouble with the cops.
A nice, quiet, steady little business, and no trouble. Little did we know. Well, anyway, that's how Safeways Plane Charter Incorporated was born. I bought myself a cap that said head pilot over the visor and sat down with Mo on our little farm. A nice sort of hideaway it was, near the French border, chosen during more adventurous days for its remoteness, to wait for official permission. With our reputation, that wasn't too easy to fix. But finally, the phone rang, and sure enough, it was the brass down in Nice. Would I fly over for a talk? Well, Nice was about a 20-minute run from our very private field, and pretty soon there I was, twisting my new cap nervously and trying to look as honest as possible for the benefit of some official or other who didn't, I must say, look very impressed.
Lime?
Yes, sir?
We have a dossier here in France covering your suspected activities since 1946.
Oh, yes, sir.
I say suspected, Lime, because we never actually caught you.
No, sir. Yes, sir. No, sir.
We have also reports from Italy, Switzerland, Austria, Germany, Portugal, in Holland, Spain, and the Republic of San Marino.
Well, they never caught me either.
As you say. Well, here is how I figure out the situation.
Yes, sir?
You are requesting the right to operate a plane charter company.
That's right, yes, sir.
You say that you propose to carry passengers or even freight cleared in the proper way through the proper channels.
Yes, sir.
Why?
I beg your pardon?
I ask you, why?
Well, it's a business. It's a nice, steady little business.
Not as good as smuggling cigarettes, however.
Well, I really wouldn't know about that, sir.
Of course not.
No.
Now then, as I say, I figure the situation has two possible explanations.
Yes, sir.
Either you really want to operate an honest charter service with your little plane.
Well, that's it, sir. That's exactly the...
And here I want you to follow me very carefully.
Yes, sir.
Or you are plotting something so deep, so sly, so crazy.
Sir, how can you think that?
Under the circumstances, I have no choice but to comply.
Thank you, sir.
With your request. We are letting you start this charter company line. We are permitting you to begin.
Oh, thank you so much.
But we are keeping our eye on you, all of us, the police of every country in Western Europe. We are watching for hanky-panky, Monsieur Lime. And on the very first sign of hanky-panky, the very first whiff of suspicion of hanky-panky, you will wish that you had not come here, that you had never applied for your first commercial license. Indeed, Monsieur Lime, you will wish that you had never been born.
I don't like it. I don't like it. What, Harry? You got your papers and all like that. What's so great?
I don't like the official attitude as regards this little caper, Mo. All we got to do is break one routine little regulation, and we've had it.
Don't be such a pessimist.
It's true, old man. It's absolutely true. One little slip. That's all they're waiting for. Don't forget they know us. They're just waiting now for the chance to crack down on us for everything we got away with before. Start reading the fine print and all the rules and regulations, my old friend of my youth. Somewhere there's a little joker about tipping your right wing to Matterhorn or flying on the first south Sunday after Michaelmas, something like that, on which the vigilant police of Europe will manage to fulfill their fondest dream and send us off to break stones on that work farm in Sardinia.
Harry,
I tell you, Mo, we never should have gone straight. Quitting the racket, that's okay. But we should have retired. Not gone into legitimate business. It's too dangerous. Then there was the problem of getting customers. The tourist season was just about over, and anyway, it turned out that almost everybody prefers traveling in those big, comfortable, fast airliners. Don't ask me why, they just do. When there wasn't any more tinkering needed on our little flivver Mo, who was essentially the maintenance staff, ground crew, and administrative wing of Safeway's Charter Flights Incorporated, took a slight powder on me and went up to the farm. He said he had work to do, and although I couldn't think what that could be, I also couldn't think of a good reason why I should make him hang around the airport with me. About a week after that, I got my first customer.
Your name is Lime?
That's right, yes.
My name is Butterboy.
Well, how do you do,
Butterboy's
Mr.
paper
Butterboy?
cups and containers. You
Oh,
got
yes,
a plane
yes.
to rent?
Yes, airplane, yeah. Mr. Butterboy, just where would you like to go?
Is that your plane over there?
Right, Mr. Butterboy. There she is,
I see her, I
Sweet
see
little job,
her.
isn't
Yes,
she? It
yes.
needs a bit of paint, of course, but
Yes.
reliable.
Well, that's
a
good.
plane, Mr. Butterboy, that will definitely get you there.
Well, I'm glad to
And
hear
where is it exactly you'd like to get?
Zurich, Switzerland, but maybe I better wait for the regular flight.
No, it's all booked up, you know,
Well-
for weeks ahead. We'll make you a very good rate, Mr. Butterboy. Where are your bags?
How many can you take in that thing there?
Oh, 4 easy and 5 in a pinch. How many are you?
When can you leave?
Well, now, if you like, and as to
don't
the...
you have to get clearance for Switzerland?
Oh, sure, but
or
that
something?
won't take long. I'll just go
Well,
up to
okay,
traffic.
Lime, you go ahead and get set. I get stuff of my own I got to tend to. I'll meet you out there by your plane in a half hour. Is that too soon?
For Safeway's charter flights, Mr. Butterboy, nothing is too soon. I got my international clearance and was all fixed up with traffic right on schedule. There was some kind of excitement going on in the passengers' waiting room, but I didn't investigate. If only I had. Well, too late now. An attendant came up with a message.
Monsieur Lyon?
Yes, what is it?
You're the plane Monsieur Butterball has chartered.
Butter boy. Yes, this is the plane he chartered. What of it?
He wants you to go on ahead without him.
What do you mean, go on without him? If he's chartering the plane...
I know, but this Butterball is very eccentric. We've had some dealings with him before. You must just do as he says.
So he wants to charter the plane, not to take him to Zurich. Well, when do I get paid?
He told me to give you this.
Thanks. And what do I do when I get to Zurich? Not take him back?
No, you go only as far as Paris and wait. He'll meet you there tomorrow.
What? Well, what do you mean?
What's wrong, Monsieur Lyon?
Well, nothing. You just gave me $1,000.
Is it too little?
Too little? It's almost twice what I expect in an ordinary...
I told you, monsieur, this Butterball is eccentric in extreme. You are to leave right away. That is a condition. If you leave within the next 2 minutes, there will be another 1,000 waiting for you in Paris.
One and a half minutes after that, your Uncle Harry was airborne. Nice evening. Clear, still, full moon. Didn't like the look of the weather up ahead. For about half an hour, I was alone with my thoughts. Or rather, I thought I was alone with my thoughts. Then gradually it began to dawn on me that I wasn't the only one in the plane. Somebody was sitting behind me. Somebody had been hidden before, evidently, under my duffel bag in the parachute. It was kind of spooky. It was, among other things, a girl on a stowaway. And a very attractive stowaway at that.
In a moment, Orson Welles returns as Harry Lime, the third man.
Now, kiddies, I'll have to admit I felt it all of myself in the course of a fairly long and extremely varied career in some pretty odd positions. This was by all odds the oddest. 1,500 feet over sea level with a stowaway who looked as though she belonged on a calendar instead of in an airplane. What are you doing here? Well? Oh, so you don't feel like answering. Oh, come up in front so I can look at you. Just climb over the seat. Can't leave the stick. The weather's going to be bumpy over this mountain. You heard me. Get up here in front.
Why should I?
Because I say so.
Suppose I don't want to.
Well, look, is this the first time you've ever been in a plane? Answer me.
Yes.
Are you coming up in front or not?
I don't see why I should.
Okay, then start holding onto your head.
What do you mean?
We're going to do a little stunting. Did you have enough? Oh, I didn't kill you the last time.
You almost did.
Sometimes seems that way, doesn't it? Thinking you're not used to it. All right, come up in front. I want to look at you.
No, I'd rather sit back here.
Okay, here we go again.
No.
No what?
Don't stop that awful diving again. I'll obey you. I'll do anything you say.
Just climb up over the seat, honey. Sit down next to me. It isn't often I get a stowaway on this airline. Besides, I'd like to see who I'm talking to.
All right. Here I come. You asked for it. Ouch!
What's wrong?
I broke my head.
Well, just slide down in the seat. That's right. Just a second.
What are you doing?
Don't worry, I'm not going to take another dive. I'm just taking off my coat.
What for? Oh, thanks.
Well, don't just put it around your shoulders. Put it on. It's not going to get any warmer. We've got to make altitude over those mountains.
You're not so bad at that.
What do you mean at that?
Well, as they say, I mean. You're not so bad as they say.
Who says I'm bad?
Everybody.
Oh. What do they say about you?
Oh, I'm not notorious like you.
Oh, well, maybe not, honey, but I never stowed away in a private plane. It strikes me it's a good way to start building up a reputation.
Well, it's not my fault. It just happened that way.
Amnesia?
What's that?
Amnesia, loss of memory?
I don't understand.
I'm asking you if you lost your memory.
Well, why should I do that?
Oh, I don't know. It happens. People lose things, you know.
What kind of a girl do you think I am?
You want an absolutely frank and candid answer to that question?
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean?
You have a very complicated way of talking.
I merely asked you if you wanted me to answer your question truthfully.
What question?
You asked it. You asked
yes,
the
but
question.
I can't remember what it was.
No, you see it out of it.
There you go again with those big words.
You asked me what kind of a girl did I think you were, and I asked you if you wanted me to give you an answer to that question which was truthful or merely polite. Honey, I haven't formed any definite opinion, but...
How long before we're going to get into the next town?
What do you mean the next town? The next country?
Well?
A couple of hours. That is, if all goes well.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I don't like the look of the sky up there over the mountains. We're going to be running into some nasty weather.
You mean we'll all be killed?
Oh, let's hope not, kid. Like kind of a strange couple, you and I, if they ever bother to sift through the wreckage. No, I just mean we might be late. I might have to fly around on the outside of that storm. But, by the way, what's your name?
Why should I tell you?
Well, why shouldn't you?
Why should I?
Young lady, this is without any question the most insane, the most inane, the most meaningless, the most idiotic conversation I've ever held with a human being 1,500 feet over sea level or anywhere else.
Oh, now you're cross. I knew you'd get cross.
Shut up.
Why?
Because I'm tired of talking to you, that's why.
All right. That's your attitude.
One thing I don't understand is how you ever managed to get into the plane to begin with.
Well, it was dark. Nobody was looking.
Evidently not. But how did you know that this was my plane?
They pointed it out to us from the airport. We came to that. They said this was the plane of Harry Lime, the famous smuggler that nobody'd ever been able to erase.
Oh, they did. And that's why you picked this plane instead of one of the big airlines. If I was a smuggler, you figured I could just well be smuggling you. Is that it?
Now what are you doing?
Not doing anything, just flying a plane. Perfectly normal flight. Man gives me $1,000 not to take him to Paris, not to take him to Zurich or wherever it is.
Yeah, but you're turning it around or something, aren't
I
you?
don't like that weather up ahead. Also, I don't like what the boys at the airport in Paris are likely to do to me when they find you in the plane.
What are they likely to do?
I don't know, but it won't be too pleasant for me. I'm trying to build up a good reputation, trying to prove that I've reformed. Look what's happened to me on my first legitimate flight.
Well, there's no law against me, is there?
Well, maybe not, but there ought to be.
So, where are we going instead of Paris?
Where do you think?
Not back where we started.
You got some other country in mind?
No, but what's the use of going back where we started? That's no fun. And besides, I'll get into trouble.
You'll get into trouble. What about me?
Listen, when you were a smuggler, didn't you have a place of your own where you kept your own plane?
I still do. It's a farm. A friend and I live on it, but up to now we never paid much attention to the crops. Oh, you mean?
Obviously, that's the best place to take me, don't you think?
Yes, obviously. And then what?
Oh, I don't know. Then we'll see.
Well, you got some ideas, kid. I don't.
Well, I don't belong in that girl's school. That's one thing sure. I don't belong there, and I'm not going. But about those ideas.
What school? Don't tell me you're still young enough to be going to school. A minor yet, huh? Now I know I'm going to jail.
Not if we're careful. Now, about this idea.
I don't suppose you've got a passport concealed anywhere on your person.
Oh, don't be silly. Now, about this
We'll
idea.
take up the new ideas later. Now, let's examine some of the old ones. Getting in this plane, for instance.
The reason I got in the plane was so that I wouldn't have to go to this awful finishing school where everybody speaks French and
By the way,
German.
what is your
Who
name?
wants to speak French and German? Not me. I want to get married.
Well, kid, you'll make somebody a lovely wife.
Now, that's what he says. My fiancé, I mean. We're secretly engaged because my uncle doesn't approve. You see, my uncle's very old-fashioned. Now, about this idea,
Your uncle, we're getting somewhere, maybe. Finally, I can identify you at least. Tell me about your uncle.
There's nothing to tell. He's just an uncle who wanted... He's the one to take me off to that school in Zurich.
The school in Zurich? Wait a minute. Don't tell me your uncle is...
Warfield Butterboy, the paper cup kid.
But he gave me $1,000 to...
No, that was me gave you the $1,000.
You?
I tipped the attendant in the airport to bring it to you. Marry me if I don't have any money.
Oh.
But he isn't a bit unreasonable. I'm sure he'll let you keep some of the ransom money for yourself.
Shut up and fasten your seatbelt. We're coming down.
Down where? Oh, you mean to the ground?
That's right, honey. To the ground.
To the farm where I'm going to be kidnapped. Of course, if we go down, we're going to the ground. What's wrong? You think I'm stupid?
As we sat down in front of Moe's, I told little Miss Featherhead to keep out of sight for a minute. I knew Moe. I wanted to break things to him gently.
A fine friend you are. I must say, listen, nothing. You promised me, Harry. Yes, you did, Harry. You give me your promise. You was going straight, Harry. You was going to keep us strictly out of trouble. And now look at you, what you did.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know what, but the worst
is
you don't know what I'm talking about, huh, Harry? I'm surprised that you opened that plane.
Yes, Mo, but...
Okay, open it, I say. There. Now then, come on out, little girl.
Little girl? What do you know about a little girl?
You went and put the snatch on some poor little child back at the airport.
Now, wait a minute,
Don't try to lie about it. They phone me. Come on out, honey. I'll protect you. This... Hey. Wait a minute. This is a dame.
I didn't wait around to make any explanations. I just introduced them. Hyacinth, her name was Hyacinth Butterboy, and left the two of them on the farm to discuss it between themselves. 20 minutes later, I was back in the airport in Nice with Uncle Warfield.
Well, all I can see is, Lime, you have my sympathy. That niece of mine is really a caution.
Yes, she's quite an original young lady, no doubt of that. I came back to assure you, Mr. Butterboy.
You need to assure me anything. When she gave me the slip, and the attendant here told me about that phony message, I knew she'd stowed away, and you in for some trouble. Knew what happened while you were flying back from that farm of yours?
No. What happened now?
She phoned up the airport here and said she was being held for ransom. Said she'd settle for $500,000. Tried to disguise her voice, but it's a teeny bit hard with her southern accent. I knew, and I said I'd pay her $500,000 if she'd stay away. But, of course, I was just joking. Promised her mother I'd get her packed off safe to that finishing school, and I will, too. Even if it finishes me. Now then, let's get started.
Started? Where to, Mr. Butterboy? Started for where?
Well, we gotta go and pick up little Hyacinth, don't we?
Well, you do, Mr. Butterboy. You're her uncle. I'm not related to her, and I don't want to
Now,
be...
looky here. I'll pay you small.
No, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Butterboy.
Yeah, but
whatever your price is, it isn't enough. That's being legitimate the hard
but
way.
Mr. Lime,
No buts, Mr. Butterboy.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment.
Well, by the time Uncle Warfield got Hyacinth Butterboy safely tucked away in that high-class reform school in Zurich, Mo, poor soul, was just about ready for a mental home. He'd had to keep her company, of course, till the paper cup king came and took her away. Oh, and by the way, she stole $60,000 from him. From Mo, I mean. That's what he'd been doing up there in the farm. Printing it. He was very put out about having to start making all that money again. What Hyacinth did with all that bogus dough is another story, but I never want to hear it. Got enough trouble as it is.
You just heard an episode of The Lives of Harry Lime, which originally aired Friday, June 27th, 1952, 69 years ago today. Stay tuned for Matinee Theater, next on ABN.
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
And your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, serving listeners on the internet and community radio stations with a variety of old-time radio. Visit radio.macinmind.com for more information. We now present Matinee Theater on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of Radio City Playhouse, which originally aired Monday, June 27th, 1949, 72 years ago today.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 44. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the director of Radio City Playhouse, Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Fred Collins.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have a very important announcement. We have received so many requests to repeat various shows that we have presented on Radio City Playhouse that beginning this Thursday evening, June 30th, we shall present 8 by request. For 8 successive weeks, you will hear the top 8 attractions which Radio City Playhouse has presented during the past year. The opening show is Long Distance. Please consult your local newspaper for the time. We sincerely hope you will be able to join us for 8 by request this Thursday. Tonight our show stars Mr. Ralph Bell, who made such an impression a month ago on The Promise. With him is Miss Bryna Rayburn, one of the most versatile and skillful actresses we know. Here is Legend of Teresa, with Ralph Bell as Tom and Bryna Rayburn as Teresa. Attraction 44 on Radio City Playhouse.
Teresa, how can I tell your story? How can I make them understand? Perhaps, Teresa, I should call it a legend. And those who cannot understand it may say, after all, Mexico is full of legends. This, then, is the legend of Teresa. 16 years ago, my sister Jill became a widow. Her husband died quite suddenly, and Jill took it very badly. I owned a coffee plantation in Mexico, and I took Jill down there. I thought the change might make her grief easier to bear. And so we went. Jill and I, and Nora Saunders, the nurse housekeeper who had practically raised us both. We flew to Mexico City, and then drove through the most beautiful country in the world until we arrived at our Casa del Valle. The house is beautiful and rambling and cool. And as we walked up to the door, the voice of Benito, faithful as full and mother, shouted a welcome.
Senor Tom, welcome back to Valle del Cristo. Welcome back.
Hello, Benito. It's good to see you.
We have been so glad since we know you are coming. So glad.
Benito, this is my sister, Senora Jill.
Benito?
Senora Jill, I hear of your husband's death. My sympathy, Senora.
Thank you, Benito. You're very kind.
And Benito, this is Senora Saunders.
Oh, how do you do, Benito?
Senora Saunders, the house is yours.
Benito, you may think you run Casa del Valle, but wait until Nora gets her hands on things.
The servants have been told that you will be in charge. All is in readiness.
Oh, thank you, Benito. And now, let's go inside, shall we? It's getting hotter all the time.
Excuse me for interrupt, but I will speak with the senora now.
At the sound of her voice, we turned, all of us, and there, framed in the doorway, we saw her. Oh, Teresa, how can I describe you after 16 long years? How you stood there that day in your simple native dress, serene, exquisite, confident, too, as Benito turned to you in sharp anger.
Tú, te he dicho que te fueras. Es prohibido hablar con la señora.
I will speak with the senora now.
Please, senora, this girl, she's called Teresa. From the village she came 2 days ago. She insists she has message for Senora Jill.
For me?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it's much too hot to stand around.
Nora, please, let's not be rude. You have a message for me?
Niña del demonio, ¿por qué vienes aquí
Wait,
con tus chismes?
Benito. Senora Jill is the one concerned. Now, what is the message, child?
Senora, I am sent to care for him. For whom? For your child, senora.
Oh, for goodness sake, Jill, are you going to stand out in this heat and let a silly peasant girl... Jill, what is it?
For my child, Teresa. But I have no child. Not now, senora. But you will have.
Teresa, the senora's husband died 6 weeks ago. She's very tired. It's
Wait,
very
Tom.
hot.
Teresa, how did you know?
Jill, what's going on here? Are you suggesting for one moment that you're affecting...
Yes,
peculiar... Nora, I am.
What? Jill, what do you say?
I haven't told anybody, but yes, I am. I am going to have a child. Teresa, we're by ourselves now. I want you to tell me how you knew. Tell me how you knew, Teresa.
She told me, Senora.
She?
Our Lady. The Virgin. Our Lady of Guadalupe.
Teresa, you make it very difficult for me to talk with you. I'm an American, and I'm not a Catholic.
That is no matter, Senora.
Just what do you mean when you say she told you? How did she tell you?
She came to see me on my birthday. Always I had vowed to make a pilgrimage to her shrine on my 19th birthday, but when the time came, I could not go. There was sickness in the house, and I was needed, so that night I explained to Our Lady why I could not keep my promise. Then I went to sleep. An hour before the day, she came to me.
Came to you? What do you mean, Teresa? Was this a dream?
If you wish to call it so, Senora. She came into my room, bathed in the golden light of morning. Her hand touched my forehead, and she said, "You could not come to me, Teresa, so I have come to you." Oh, Senora, you cannot imagine the love, the beauty, the goodness. To think of it is to weep.
Go on, dear.
She said that I had loved her well, and that she had a charge for me. She told me to go on my 20th birthday, it is today, Senora, to the Casa del Valle, in Valle del Cristo. She told me that a child would be born there to a woman from another country, that his name would be Nito. She said I was to care for him until the day of his great need, which would surely come.
A need, Teresa? What kind of need?
I do not know, Senora, but it will be a great need.
Teresa, did she say anything else?
She said, "You will care for him to the day of his great need, and save his own mother. None shall love him or serve him as well as you. This is my charge, Teresa." So she spoke, Senora. So she spoke and vanished, and so I am here, and so I must remain.
Teresa, you're very sweet and very pretty. I don't need a servant, Teresa. Senora Saunders has been in our family for many years. She'll look after me. I don't understand how you knew about my
Senora,
baby, but
please do not send me away. There will be a day when Juanito will need me, when he will have great need. Senora, I am small. I want little, no money. But, Senora, I must stay. Do you not understand, Senora? I must stay.
All right, Teresa, if you must stay, I suppose you must.
It would make me happy if you wanted me. Only a little.
Would it? Would it really?
Oh, yes, Senora.
All right, Teresa. I want you to stay.
And so it was that Teresa came to Valle del Cristo. There was about her an air of soft, sad mystery. She was gentle, quiet, and even as she had virtually hired herself, so did she select her job as personal maid to Jill. She enchanted all of us. All of us except Nora. Nora was jealous. As the weeks passed into months and Teresa became a part of the household, Nora's antagonism grew. Dear, good Nora.
Tom, if you've got a moment, I'd like to have a few words with
Is it, Nora?
Well, it's about that girl. This morning, she was downright impertinent to Jill.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. After breakfast, Jill decided to drive into San Carlos to get a few last-minute things for the baby. And Teresa said she wouldn't allow it. She wouldn't allow it.
I take it you told her off properly.
Oh, I didn't, but Jill did.
But you still didn't go.
We couldn't go. When we were ready to leave, we couldn't find the keys to either car. We looked everywhere, and we haven't found them yet.
Well, that's strange.
She hid them, Tom. Just as sure as I'm alive, she hid those keys. For some ridiculous reason, she didn't want Jill to go.
Is Jill all right?
Oh, of course she's all right. You know Jill's strong as a horse. The baby isn't coming for another month. But Teresa thinks Jill's got to be treated like a piece of Dresden china. What that girl needs is a good spanking.
She troubles you, doesn't she?
No. Well, Tom, I just don't like this chitter-chatter about visions in the night. The whole thing is perfectly obvious to me. A rich American family in the valley, and this girl wants a job. Fair enough. But couldn't she say so? Why make up a story about a vision? Why couldn't she tell the truth?
Maybe she did.
Tom, you don't mean to say you believe all this stuff about visions and...
Senor Tom, quickly. The baby's coming. Senora Jill says for the doctor, quickly.
Benito, what are you talking about?
Benito, did Jill say...
Yes, she told me herself. She says to go for the doctor, quickly.
Believe me, Benito, if this is your idea of a joke, there'll be some changes made in this house. I've no...
Benito, find Teresa for me, will you? Send her here at once.
I am here, Senor Tom, and you'd better hurry. Senora Jill has time, but she will feel safer with the doctor here.
That's all, Benito, thank you.
Está bien, patrón, de nada.
Teresa, if I'm to go for the doctor, I'll need the car.
Oh, but of course. Here are the keys.
Thank you. Teresa, how did you know?
No,
That the baby would come today?
she told me, Senor.
I see. Teresa, this had happened halfway to San Carlos. It would have been very dangerous. Will you thank her for me, too?
Oh, yes, Senor Tom, I will. Vaya con Dios.
Juanito was born that evening. A perfect little boy with the dark hair and shining eyes of his father. It wasn't until 3 hours after the baby was born that Teresa came to look into his crib. The room was dark. I was sitting beside Jill holding her hand, and Teresa stole slowly to the crib and looked down at the sleeping child. Finally she spoke, very softly.
I am here, Juanito. Have no fear. Teresa is here.
And then she turned as though surprised to discover that Jill and I were there with her.
I am glad you're both here. No longer will I be able to take personal care of the Senora Jill. Juanito will need all my time. It must be so.
In the memory of all of us, there are years that seem as days. Grew Juanito, he was strong and well. Teresa gloried in him no less than did Jill, his mother. We had all but forgotten that Teresa had, by her own words, come to us to protect the boy from some great danger. The girl enchanted us all except Nora. Until one day she won Nora, too. Nora told me about it afterwards with just a suspicion of a catch in her throat. She was in her room making clothes for Juanito on her sewing machine when Teresa tapped at the door.
Come in. Oh, what is it, Teresa?
Senora Saunders, this is a little present which I bring for you from the village.
A present?
When the old cat died of the sickness, I knew you were sad. And my brother's cat in the village has so many of the kittens, she does not care that I take one.
A kitten? Teresa, do you mean to say that you've got a kitten wrapped up in that box?
Oh, it is only for the moment, Senora Saunders, but for you I want the present wrapped pretty.
Teresa, well, quick, let me open it. Oh, the poor thing will be suffocated.
Oh, no, Senora, I make the holes for it to breathe.
No. Oh, look at it. Oh, the poor little thing. Oh, it's so frightened. Oh, what a pretty pussy. Hello, Pussy. Pussy? Oh, Teresa, it's a darling.
Yes.
Aren't they the darlingest things when they're that tiny?
I'm glad you like him, Senora Nora.
Oh, yes.
I know you love the old cat who
Oh,
died.
it's a darling. It's the cutest little thing Teresa, you couldn't have given me anything in the world I'd rather have.
And so even Nora capitulated. Teresa had won us all. She was the loveliest thing I ever saw. I shall never forget her. Never. One evening, a few days before the fiesta of Cinco de Mayo, I followed her up the hill of the bells that overlooked our valley. I came upon her sitting at the very crest of the hill, looking out over the tiny village that was her home. I stood there for a moment, watching her quietly. And then she turned and saw me. When she smiled, the flowers leaned towards her, and the night seemed filled with a song of birds.
You have come to share my hill, Senor Tom?
If you have no objection.
Oh, sit down.
Thank you. It's a beautiful evening.
Yes.
Teresa, something's bothering me. You're the most beautiful girl in the village, the most intelligent, the most attractive, and yet... Well...
Yet no caballero comes to my reja. No voice in the summer night makes songs to the beauty of Teresa. Is that what you wish to say?
I wasn't going to put it quite like that.
Oh, there are many things you do not know, Senor Tom.
Teresa, when you first came to us, you said you came to protect Juanito from some sort of danger.
Yes, Senor, that is true.
Is he still in danger?
He is in danger every moment I am away from him, every moment.
Oh, Teresa, surely that isn't true.
I should be with him now.
No, wait. Please, just a few moments. How do you account for your knowing things like the day Juanito would be born?
I felt it somehow. I do not know.
Teresa, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. In fact, Teresa, I think that
Senor Tom, it is not wise for us to be here alone like this. It is not proper.
I love you, Teresa. I've loved you from the very day you came to Valle del Cristo. Oh, Teresa, darling, please look at me, Teresa.
No, Senor Tom, it must not be. You must listen to me.
I love you, Teresa. I love you.
No, Senor Tom. You do not belong where you are now. You are staying with your sister, but your life is somewhere else. Away north in America. There you belong. There you will return.
Oh, Teresa, you would love New York. We would fly up. We could be married there and fly up, and I would buy you everything you wanted. Teresa, you've never seen such clothes. You think Jill is beautifully dressed. Wait until you see New York. The shops, the lights, the excitement. Oh, Teresa, I could make you very happy. Teresa, you would be...
Senor Tom, you are very good and kind, but there is another. Pablo in my own village. He is away now at the capital, at the university. Soon he will return.
You mean you're in love with him?
Yes, Senor Tom.
Teresa, are you sure? Are you sure you love him?
He has great need of me. This is the true heart of love. True love surrenders, is unselfish.
Is he young, Teresa?
He's 23.
And you love him?
I told you, Senor Tom, he has great need. Of me, Pablo has great need.
He has also great luck, Teresa. Very great luck. After that night, Teresa seemed changed, more distant, more mysterious. We never spoke of love again. To a 20-year-old girl, I suppose my 36 years must have seemed ancient indeed. Gradually, I became aware of a strange foreboding in the house, a strange presentiment of tragedy. I had a feeling that something was about to happen, something terrifying. One morning, when Jill and I were at breakfast, Teresa came in to ask Jill something about Juanito, and I noticed she'd been crying. Teresa, have you been crying?
How long will it be? Why doesn't it happen?
Why doesn't what happen?
That for which I was sent.
Teresa, stop it.
But how long will it be? Am I to spend my whole life in this house? Why? It is wrong of me to question, but why? Why can the day not come so I am free?
How soon that day was to come, neither of us realized. And then it was Christmas. Christmas at Valle del Cristo, as everywhere, has its own special tradition. One of these involved a trip by the whole household on the Saturday before Christmas to the Pueblo of San Carlos, 10 miles down the valley. As part of a special Christmas fiesta, all the children for miles around gave a concert. They sang, played every conceivable instrument while the adoring parent and listeners watched them. We'd all planned to go, Jill, Nora, Benito, Teresa, and I, but at the last moment there was a change. Jill decided not to go.
Tom, I've decided to stay home. It's a long drive and it's too hot.
Well, you'll miss the greatest concert in the world. No artist over 10, Benito's 7 youngsters, all performing.
I think I can live without it.
I think you're so right, my dear. Well, I'll take Teresa in the car, and Benito can take his tribe in the station wagon.
All right. Yes?
Senora.
Why, Teresa, you're gorgeous.
Senora Saunders says you do not go today. Juanito is to stay here.
That's right, Teresa. It's too hot.
Oh, nonsense, Teresa. You're coming with me in the big car.
No. Senora, while we are at the concert, guard Juanito well, please. Especially today. Guard him well. That is Benito's youngest. You would have to love him very much to call it music.
What was that?
A small temblor. Earthquake. It is nothing.
In an instant, the place was in a tumult. The wall fell outwards, thank heavens, or we'd have all been killed. And then in the distance, over the milling, terrified crowd, I saw Teresa fighting her way to the street. Even across the screams of the crowd, I could hear her calling Juanito's name. No, Teresa. You couldn't drive. Yet for half an hour I tried vainly to overtake that station wagon with you at the wheel. At last, when I arrived at the house, the station wagon was there, but you were nowhere to be seen. The house was a shambles. One wing completely collapsed. And on the patio, Jill was bent over a tiny prostrate form. The crushed body of a child. Juanito. I couldn't comfort her. Please, darling, please stop crying.
The whole wing of the nursery fell on him.
Please, darling, please hang on to yourself. Where's Nora?
She's gone for Dr. Jeffrey.
How long ago?
An hour. Maybe she can't find him. Oh, don't.
She'll be back. Nora will be back.
But he's dead, I tell you, Juanito is dead. It doesn't matter whether Nora gets back with Dr. Jeffrey or not. He's dead.
Then give him to me.
Teresa.
Pick him up and give him to me.
Teresa, stop this. Can't you see Jill's nearly crazy? Stop it.
Pick him up and put him in my arms, senor.
Do it, Tom. Do what she says.
All right. Here, Teresa.
Juanito, you will breathe. My breath you will take. Yours and mine as one.
Teresa, what are you doing?
It was for this that I came to you. It was for this that she sent me. This is your hour of need, Juanito. An hour of life, not of death. She has told me it must be so. Breathe, Juanito. Breathe.
Jill, look.
Tom, breathe, Juanito. You will breathe. Juanito. Breathe. Teresa, is he all right?
Teresa, what have you...
Please, do not ask me or speak. It is enough that he lives.
Mama.
Oh, darling. It was for this that I was sent. I give him back to you. For now and for always.
That is the story. The legend, if you like, of Teresa. She left Valle del Cristo that night, and none of us has ever seen her again. But we hear from her. Every Christmas a gift arrives for Juanito, now almost grown up. It is never lavish, always made by hand with infinite care and love. Always there is the same little note written in a careful, precise hand. A note which reads,
To my Juanito, with love and in eternal memory of our Blessed Lady of Guadalupe, to whom my thanks are everlasting, your Teresa.
You have just heard The Legend of Teresa, Attraction 44 on Radio City Playhouse. The script was written by True Boardman. Tom was played by Ralph Bell. Teresa was Bryna Rayburn. Jill was Mitzi Gould. Other players in the cast included Adelaide Klein, Louis Van Rooten, and Sarah Fussell. The special music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield, and the entire production was under the direction of Harry W. Junkin.
This is Harry Junkin again, reminding you that next Thursday we repeat Long Distance, Item 1 in 8 by request. Next Monday on Radio City Playhouse, a tense dramatic mystery, Murder is the Easiest Way. Next week, Attraction 45 on Radio City Playhouse. Good night, everybody.
Fred Collins speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Radio City Playhouse, which originally aired Monday, June 27th, 1949. 72 years ago today. Here's an episode of Inheritance, which originally aired Sunday, June 27th, 1954. 67 years ago today.
Transcribed. Inheritance. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the American Legion, presents a story out of that great composite of visions, struggles, and victories of the American past. Our Inheritance. Yes, we Americans are heirs to a vast fortune. A fortune compounded of many things. Of the unerring accuracy of backwoods riflemen. The courage of free men against the armies of King George. And the voice of a great bell proclaiming liberty. It is the Pony Express feeding news across the nation. And mighty railroads linking 48 states ever closer. Let us now go back to a significant period in America's history, one which we all share in our inheritance. Tonight we bring you the story of a soldier. It is the story of a particular soldier, but it is also a tribute to every soldier who has worn or is still wearing the uniform of the United States Army. For this is a story of courage, patriotism, and a soldier's pride in his comrades at arms. It is also the story of a rare inheritance, duty.
During the recent conflict in Korea, I was attached to the medical corps. Taking care of as many of the wounded as we did, I got to know some of the fellows pretty well, especially Captain Raymond Harvey, one of the finest infantry officers I ever met. In Korea, I learned about his military career firsthand. Where does his story begin? Where most stories do, with his birth and education.
I was born in Pennsylvania. We only lived there 6 months. My dad was a contractor, traveled all over the country along with him. All told, I've lived in 38 of the states. Well, as for my education, I got through high school. Matter of fact, I attended high school in 3 or 4 states, graduated in Sulphur, Oklahoma, and then I hit out on my own to see the country and worked at any job I could get. Got to learn a lot about people. Found out you have to be honest with them if you want them to trust you. Later, I also discovered that a top-notch military outfit depends on pretty much the same thing.
In 1939, Raymond Harvey entered the Army and joined Company B of the 38th Infantry stationed at Fort Sill, Oklahoma. After 4 months as company clerk, he was made field corporal and given a squad to train. That's when he got his first chance to find out what he'd learned about initiative and cooperation.
Up, hoop, keep, up, hoop, keep, the rear, the right flank, all right, Burns, pick it up. Hoop, keep, better. Left flank. Hoop, keep, right flank. Rear. Squad. Halt. At ease. Rest. Smoke if you have them.
Hey, Harvey.
Yeah?
How about taking it easy for a while? You're only drilling a squad, you know, not a whole company.
Yeah, I know. All right, someday I'm going to have my own company.
That's swell. But how about letting up now?
Sorry, chum.
Oh, have a heart. You've had us left-facing and right-facing for half an hour.
Now, look, I know I'm only a corporal. I haven't been in the Army any longer than the rest of you guys, but the lieutenant told me to take over the squad for close order drill. That's what I'm doing.
Well, sure,
We're going to show him we're good. Best squad in the platoon and the whole outfit.
Aren't you kind of overdoing it?
No. Look, I joined the Army for just one reason, to be a soldier, a good soldier. It's like my dad used to tell me, if you have a job to do and you do what you're supposed to do, you're good. You're not great, but you're good. He said there's no such thing as being great in anything if you're doing your job. Okay, right now our job is learn close order drill. Like I told you, by the time we finish, we're going to have the best squad in the camp. As soon as the fellows finish the smokes, we'll try it again, huh?
When Harvey got through drilling those guys, they were the best in the outfit, just like he said they'd be. Yes, it was during his rookie days at Fort Sill that Ray Harvey realized what he wanted most out of the Army: to build a fighting unit second to none. In the summer of 1940, he was transferred to Fort Houston, Texas, where he was assigned as clerk in the 2nd Division Commander's office. In December 41, when he made sergeant, he decided he needed a change, so he went to see the sergeant major.
Sorry, Harvey, the colonel's busy right now.
Oh.
What do you want to talk to him about?
I want to put in for transfer.
What's wrong with transfer to typewriter?
Nothing, but is there anything in the Army regulations says I have to do it?
You got other ideas?
Yeah.
Like what?
Like being transferred to an infantry outfit that's getting ready for action.
What, are you bucking for gold bars, Harvey?
Why not? No reason why I have to stay an enlisted man, is there?
No.
Well, okay. That's why I want to see the colonel.
You're wasting your time. Look, you're a good clerk. You know military correspondence.
Yeah, sure.
And besides, I don't think the colonel will let you go.
Well, no harm in asking, is there?
No.
Then when can I see him?
Look, Harvey, this isn't a doctor's office. I can't make an appointment. Right now, he's busy, like I told you. I don't know when you can see him.
Well, you don't have to get sore. If he's busy, I'll come back later.
Look, if every guy who wanted to transfer out of the outfit came trooping in here asking to see the colonel, we'd never get any work done.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir, Colonel?
What's going on out here?
Well, Sergeant Harvey has to talk you serious up to you.
Oh?
Wants to join the Siberian Army and make general.
Nothing like that, sir.
All right, Harvey, what's your trouble?
I'd like to talk to you about transfer, sir.
Transfer?
Yes, sir. I joined the Army to be a combat soldier. Oh, I know every job in the Army is important, but, well, I guess I just have to be out in the field.
Go on.
When I was at Fort Sill, I took over a squad of men. We're the best squad in the whole area. Even the old man's... Oh, well, excuse me, sir, but even our commanding officer said so.
I've noticed you get along with the men here, too, Harvey.
Yes, sir.
I've also looked up your record. Quite an impressive one for someone who's been in the service for as short a time as you have.
Well, thank you, sir.
You started a base training program at Fort Sill, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Harvey, if I could get you transfer, where would you want to go?
An infantry outfit, sir. Fighting unit. I'd even take a bus to private.
I don't think that would be necessary. How would you like a recommendation for Officers Candidate School?
Very much, sir.
Good. I like your spirit. Think you have the makings of a good officer. Sergeant?
Yes, sir, Colonel?
Come into my office. I want to send a TWX to Army in Washington, recommending Harvey for OCS.
It wasn't long before Harvey got an okay for OCS. In June 1942, he was assigned to the adjutant school in Washington. But he applied for relief and transferred to an infantry outfit, which turned out to be Company A of the 315th Infantry, stationed at Camp Pickett, Virginia. The next 2 years were important years for him. Basic training, maneuvers in Tennessee, the desert, winter maneuvers in Kansas, and finally to Camp Miles Standish in Boston. Then on June 14th, 1944, D-Day +8, the 315th landed at Normandy, France, and made their first contact with the enemy at Coutances on the Cherbourg Peninsula. Two months later came a big day in the life of Ray Harvey. He was given his captain's bars and made commanding officer of his company. He told me about it in police.
CO of my own company. After 5 years, it made it. And what a company. My men chalked up quite a record for themselves in the ETO. They were among the first troops of the 4th and 9th Divisions to start the push out of the Cherbourg Peninsula. First to enter the town of Le Mans, first American outfit to cross the Seine. And when the Allied troops pulled up outside the town of Ambermanil, Company A more than justified my faith and pride in them. Our immediate job was to make the hill commanding the town and secure it, but since Ambermanil was located on a flat piece of land with little cover or concealment, we had a tough deal ahead of us. And the men knew it.
Hank?
Yeah, Leo.
What do you think?
About what?
About the hill. Think we can take it?
How do I know? I just work here.
There ain't as much as a corn stalk to hide behind.
Yeah, so what are you going to do? Get ulcers over it?
No.
Oh, relax, will you? Harvey will tell us what to do.
I sure hope so.
Look, he didn't let us down at Neufchâteau, did he?
No.
Oh, thanks to him, we bagged 600 prisoners there. And that forest outside Looneyville? Boy, how he ever got us through all that mud and artillery fire, I'll never know. But he got us through.
Okay.
Anybody think you're supposed to take the hill all by yourself the way you're worried?
I said okay.
Sergeant Carey.
Yes, Captain Harvey.
Come in together.
We moving out?
Yep.
What's the plan?
There's only one way to take that hill.
Yes.
The enemy is line at double time.
Double time, Captain.
That's right. Just start running and keep going. Some of us are going to get hurt, but the rest of us will be able to reach the hill.
Yes, sir.
You coming with us, Captain Harvey?
If I ever asked you men to do something I wouldn't do?
No, sir.
Well, taking the hill's no different. This is my job as well as yours.
You think we can take it, Cap?
Corporal Duran, haven't I always said I have the best company in the whole U.S. Army?
Yes, sir. I guess you have.
Well, my men will never let me down. I know they won't now. Alert your men, Sergeant Carey. We start running at 0900.
"35 minutes after Captain Harvey and his men left their position, they reached the hill, and for 3 days they held it while enemy troops tried to blast them off. On the 4th day, Ambermanil was in Allied hands. For this encounter, Captain Harvey and Company A were awarded the Presidential Unit Citation, an unusual honor for a small unit.
Yes, sir. At Ambermanil, my men proved that spirit is the secret of a crack infantry outfit. And they continue to prove it. At Baccarat, Severn Pass, Haguenau, Louderback, during the Battle of the Bulge. Watching those boys in action and seeing how much faith they had in my judgment, well, I knew I could never let them down.
When the war ended in Europe, Ray Harvey was on occupation duty in Czechoslovakia and wondering where he would go from there. The answer came from his commanding officer.
Sit down, Captain Harvey.
Thanks, sir.
So the war's finally over.
Yes, sir.
Cigarette?
No, thank you, but we'll have a cigar.
Help yourself.
Thanks, sir. All right.
Uh-huh. Thanks. Harvey, I called you in because I had an idea. If you don't go for it, well, I want you to feel free to turn it down.
Yes, sir.
Tell me, do you have any plans for yourself now that the war's over?
Well, yes, Colonel. As a matter of fact, I have.
Going to stay in the Army, no doubt.
Well, Colonel,
Even so, how would you like to go to Columbia University?
Me? Why?
To study geopolitics. Find out how the geography of a country affects its existence.
But, Colonel,
You've got a good head on your shoulders. Intelligent. Think I can swing it if you're all interested.
Yeah, well, I appreciate your thinking of me, Colonel, but,
Yes?
Colonel, how many times have you heard somebody say he's only in the Army because he's too lazy or too scared to get a civilian job?
Well, I suppose there are people who make cracks like that.
Oh, there are, sir. There are plenty of them.
I wouldn't let them bother me if I were you, Harvey.
I'm not, sir. But this is my first chance since I joined the Army to make a living as a civilian.
You're quitting the Army?
Yes, sir. I want to prove to myself that I'm neither too lazy or scared to be a success as a civilian.
In October 1945, Captain Harvey received his discharge and went to work for a recording company in California. It was a brand new type of work for him, but within a year he definitely proved to himself what he had left the Army to prove. that he could be a success as a civilian. And having proved it, he returned to active duty. And in November 1949, he was assigned to Company B of the 38th Infantry. Then the fighting broke out in Korea. In September 1950, Ray Harvey was made Assistant Battalion CO for the 3rd Battalion of the 17th Infantry and sailed for Busan. By the end of the year, he had his own company again. This time, it was Company C of the 17th Infantry.
As the fighting progressed in Korea, I knew I had the same kind of fighting men before. I had, like the big attack up near Wonju, when my men were forced to fight in a hand-to-hand bayonet assault. Only good soldiers could have survived that encounter. And my men were good. I told them they were, too. Don't think they didn't appreciate being praised for a job well done. I'll never forget the way in which they showed their appreciation.
All right, you guys. Come on, get let out. No Boy Scout picnic. We got work to do.
Hey, don't push.
Hey, Willis.
Yes, Sergeant?
What's wrong with you?
Well, nothing's wrong except my feet hurt me.
Yeah? But they wear shoes where you come from?
Well, of course they do, Sergeant, but this ground ain't exact...
Oh, watch where you're going, you clumsy ox. You want to drop that box?
Trip.
Yeah, but let me carry the box.
Okay, but I'm real sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Give you a soft job like carrying one measly box, you almost louse it up. All right, come on, you guys. Move a little faster, will you?
Sergeant?
Yeah.
You think we're doing the right thing?
What do you mean?
Maybe Captain Harvey won't like us coming up the forward area like this here.
Look, will you relax? I'm taking full responsibility for us coming.
Well, I don't know now.
What's the matter? You getting cold feet?
Well, of course I'm not.
All right, then stop worrying. Pete's sake. Captain Harvey's done okay by us guys. The least you can do is walk a measly 6 miles without complaining. And when we get there, don't forget what you're supposed to do.
No, I won't. But if I should, will you give me a hand?
Yeah. All right. Now, pipe down. We're here. Come on, you guys. Come on. All right, now remember, stay together.
Yeah,
all right. Here we go now. Captain Harvey.
Well, Sergeant, what are you and the men doing up here?
Well, Captain, well, okay, Willis, what are you waiting for? Go ahead.
Well, Captain Harvey, Captain Harvey, today is the 1st of March, and we thought maybe we better do something about it, so here we are.
So I see. Any special reason for it?
Well, sure is. Ain't every day you have a birthday, so we thought we'd come up here and pay our respects.
And we brought you this present. This box for me?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead, open it.
Well, we thank you, man. This is unexpected, I assure you. I didn't think that. It's a cake.
Made special for you, Captain.
Well, this is really something.
Mess Sergeant said to tell you he couldn't get what he needed for the frosting, so he made out of jelly.
Yes, I see.
The happy birthday is made out of lifesavers.
Well, gentlemen, I really don't know what to say. This is probably the handsomest cake I've ever seen. Thanks a lot.
We're glad you liked it, Captain.
Okay, you guys, all together now. Ready?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to
A cake trimmed with jelly frosting and happy birthday in lifesavers. Would never win a cooking prize, but it was a gift which made Ray Harvey realize how closely camaraderie had drawn him and his men. It was a good feeling, and it made him even prouder of them. For this was their way of showing their confidence in him. It was proven even stronger a week later. On the 9th of March, while his unit was attacking a hill near the village of Tanidong, the leading platoon was pinned down by camouflaged enemy machine gun emplacements.
It's like we're in kind of a tough spot, Captain.
I'm afraid we are.
somebody better think of a way to get us out of here before there ain't any of us left to get out.
We'll get out, all right.
You got a plan, Captain?
No. I'll think of something.
Okay, but it better work. I say something funny?
No, it's what you said.
All I said was your plan better work.
Yeah, I know. Just remembered when somebody else said the same thing to me. Funny how just a couple of words will bring back something you've forgotten.
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh, now that I remember, it's odd how much it applies to the situation we're in right now.
What does, Captain?
Well, it happened in my sophomore year in high school during one of our most important football games.
Yeah.
I remember the score was 14-7 at the end of the first half. No, it was 13-7. There. I wanted to try passing the ball in the second half, but the coach said he wanted us to carry it, the way we'd been doing.
Well, but you want to change tactics, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
He let you?
Yeah? First he said something I've never forgotten.
What's that?
Well, when I pointed out that the other team was beating us, the coach said, "You forget, Ray, that they're strictly a first-half team. They throw everything they have at us when the game starts, pull all their tricks, try all their strategy. If they don't run up a big lead in the first half, they begin to fade."
Hey, that's just like these commies.
Yeah, exactly. "Remember, Ray," he said, "we're a strong ground team. A running attack has always been our strongest offense."
Sure knew what he was talking about. Hey, that coach.
Strong ground team, running attack, our strongest offense.
What?
Sergeant, looks like I'm going to do what the coach said.
What?
I'm going to run with the ball.
I don't get
If I can get out there and knock off one of those machine guns, commie nests, we'll be able to get out of here.
No, don't do that, Cap. Maybe we'll be able to shoot it out.
That's what they want us to do, so we'll fool them and change our tactics.
Oh, look, you can make it alone.
I won't do anything. I got everything. Sergeant, tell them any cover.
Now, look, Captain.
Yeah, go.
Captain! Don't do it! Crazy. Look, you guys keep these commies busy. The captain's out there. Make it a touchdown.
Captain Raymond Harvey moved slowly through a hail of enemy fire and exploding grenades. When he spotted the first enemy machine gun nest, he wiped out its crew with carbine fire. A second emplacement was put out of commission by a well-aimed grenade. Then he moved the first platoon forward until it was stopped by a curtain of automatic gunfire. But disregarding it, he charged and neutralized a third emplacement. Then he continued to lead his men in the assault.
All right, man, let's move up. Sergeant! Yes, sir. Deploy the men on the left flank.
Yes, sir. All right, spread out. Okay, Captain. Let's go. Cap! He's been hit. Lousy little... You guys give me a hand, will you? The captain's been hit. Hey, take it easy. We'll get you out of here, those dirty...
No, Sergeant. Leave me here.
No, Cap, look. You're getting out?
Sergeant. Oh.
Don't worry. We'll finish the job where you meant it!
Hi, Captain. Oh, no. It's okay. You're at the aid station.
What?
No. Better not talk. No. You got a bad throat wound.
Yeah.
Like to see some visitors?
Who?
All right, you men. Come on in. Remember, you can only stay a few minutes.
You gonna be okay now?
In time, yes.
Now, you hear that, you guys? Captain Harvey's gonna be all right.
Yeah, fine. Sergeant?
How you, Cap?
Man, okay.
Yeah, sure. Thanks to you, this touchdown conversion and the game.
Captain Harvey did pull out of it all right. And while he was waiting for a ship to take him back to the States, he told me all about himself. When I asked him how come he joined the Army in the first place, he said,
"Why? Can you find where else 200 men who'll do anything in the world for you? Like slipping back over 40 miles of rough Korean terrain to see how badly you've been wounded. And when a 185-pound sergeant breaks down and cries like a baby when you're hit.
Well, maybe you get the idea.
You think you'll go back to the infantry when you're on your feet again?
Yeah, I'm going back.
He went back, all right. And Major Harvey is still in the Army. And what has he added to our inheritance? His story of all is the story of officers who take pride in their outfit and have the respect of their men in return. That's the inheritance given to us by Major Raymond Harvey, holder of the Bronze Star with 1 oak leaf cluster, the Silver Star with 2 oak leaf clusters, the Purple Heart with 2 oak leaf clusters, the Combat Infantry Badge, the Distinguished Service Cross. Oh, yes, the Congressional Medal of Honor.
You have been listening to Inheritance, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the American Legion. We are privileged this evening to hear from the past National Commander of the American Legion Department of New Hampshire, Mr. James F. O'Neill.
The American Legion, since its founding in 1919, has been in the vanguard of the fight against all subversives who would dissipate and destroy the freedoms which are America's inheritance. To the American Legion, the story of communism is an old one. We have been through virtually everything that is happening today, and the used by the tricks being communists and their stooges in 1954 are not much from the tricks different they were using 35 years ago. For it was just 35 years ago that the Legion met communism head-on in this country. The year was 1919, and while the history of that year seems to have been forgotten, communism even then was spreading in the world. Delirious with their quick victory in Russia, the Bolsheviks proclaimed world revolution and started moving westward. Austria was permeated, and Hungary was taken over. The Balkans, Germany, and Italy tottered on the brink. Red armies battered at the gates of Warsaw, where Marshal Foch's chief of staff, Weygand, saved Poland from annihilation. Here in the United States, agents of the Red Russian regime appeared mysteriously, and radical groups and individual agitators fell in with these pioneer fifth columnists. It was at this juncture that the American Legion spoke out, as later on it was to warn America of fascism and Nazism. At its first national convention, held in Minneapolis on November 11, 1919, the American Legion's first resolution was a strong denunciation of Bolshevism, coupled with a means of fighting it positively through the creation of a National Americanism Commission. Time has long since vindicated the American Legion's position, and we take pride in the enemies we have made and continue to make in this battle. For those people are now, at long last, being exposed as traitors to the United States and to our American inheritance.
Thank you, Mr. James F. O'Neill. Next week, Inheritance will take you on another journey through the pages of history to a time when Americans dreaming of the future forged that which we possess today. Today's story, The Story of a Soldier, was written by Milt Kahn and featured Whitfield Connor as Captain Raymond Harvey. Included in the cast in order of their appearance were Herb Ellis, Sam...
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
And your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, playing a daily schedule of vintage radio genres and matching today's date and history when available. Visit radio.macandmine.com for a schedule. We now present Frontier Stories on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of Gunsmoke, which originally aired Saturday, June 27th, 1953, 68 years ago today.
Around
Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The people of Dodge City will argue their heads off on most any subject you bring up. But one thing they all agree on is the climate. They don't like it. In the fall, it's too windy and dry, and in the spring, they cuss the mud. And all through the winter, they say it's too cold and business is bad because the trails are closed. And now summer comes along, and they figure it's too hot and dusty. Town's overcrowded with trail drivers, and the flies are so bad they carry you off alive. Of course, they just talk. They don't really do anything about it. Except Chester. Sometimes Chester turns into a man of action.
Chester, what are you...
Why, Hokies, I finally got him.
Got what?
That cussed fly.
Oh, fun.
Well, I don't care, Mr. Dillon. I killed all of them in here except that one, and he kept pestering me continual. Smart as a fox. I couldn't lay a hand on him.
So you haul out a gun and blast a hole the size of your fist through the roof of the office, huh?
It did sort of make an opening up there, didn't it?
Oh, well, it'll be handy when the rain starts. We won't have to go out to drink inside for water.
Well, I'll get up there and fix it, Mr. Dillon. I didn't even stop to think.
No, I guess not.
I reckon it's this heat. I swear I have never seen it this hot and dry.
No, not since last summer.
Oh, it's worse, Mr. Dillon. Every pump on the plaza is the only place you can water a horse is that trough back of the livery stable. Dry. I remember one summer in Newton, summer of 71 or 72, I think it was, while the heat and the bugs...
Is this Marshal's office?
I'm the Marshal's. Come on in.
And shut that doggone screen door, quick.
My name's Brian Beck, Marshal. Shoot him on sight.
Oh, which one?
Bud Stark, the range boss. Short, stout fellow with a...
Oh, yeah, I saw him in the Texas Trail a while ago.
Marshal, my father was probably fast with a gun once. He thinks he still is, but he's not. He wouldn't have a chance.
Well, what you want me to do, then, is try to keep them apart, is that it?
I reckon so.
Well, 10 to 1, it won't work. If Stark's got his temper up, he'll find a way to make his call.
Well, maybe in that case you better tell me where I can buy a gun.
You, know how to handle one?
No, sir. I grew up back east with my mother. I guess I can learn, though.
Yeah, sure you can. But a gunfight's not exactly the place to start practicing.
He's my father, sir. I gotta do something.
Tell me something, Brian. How old are you?
18.
All right, now you listen to me. Don't go buying any gun, and don't go messing around Stark. I'll look into it and try to straighten things out. But you get this through your head, Brian. Whatever happens, you stay out of it. You understand?
First room at the head of the stairs, the clerk said. This must be it, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I guess so.
Breach. Don't move now.
You're Colonel Beck?
I am, sir.
My name's Dillon, U.S. Marshal here. This is my partner, Chester Proudfoot. What's the gun for? You expecting somebody else?
Well,
Bud Stark, for instance?
Who told you? Stark been talking to you?
How long are you going to be in town, Colonel?
Oh, 3 or 4 days, maybe a week. Long enough to sell my herd and long enough to call that mouthy little foreman's bluff.
Why don't you just limit it to selling the herd?
I think you've been misinformed, Marshal. This man threatened me. I'm only aiming to protect myself.
Well, suppose you leave the protection to me.
By thunder, it was Brian. That's who told you. It's just like that sniveling whelp to go whining to the law.
I didn't notice any sniveling. He seemed like a pretty decent kid to me.
A milksop, Mr. Dillon, raised by a woman. Never had a boot in a stirrup before a year ago. Well, he's never had a gun in his hand.
Well, he's trying to get one in it now. He asked me where he could buy one.
Stark. He's planning to go up against Stark.
He was. He kind of figured he was protecting you.
Why, the lily-fingered young cub. Why, I'll...
You'll what? Have him court-martialed, shot at sunrise? He's your son, Colonel. He's not some soldier in a cavalry troop. Neither is Stark nor the rest of your men.
I'm not obliged to listen to this kind of talk, Marshal.
And if you go out gunning for Stark, and if you're lucky enough to live through it, I'll jail you and you'll stand trial. Now, you just sell your cattle and stay clear of Stark. Come on, Chester, let's go.
Place sure is crowded. Hot, too.
Last January, you were looking forward to this, Chester.
Well, I must have been loco. See him anywheres, Mr. Dillon?
No, he was over there at the end of the bar earlier.
Hiya, Matt. Chester.
Well, hello, Miss Kitty.
Kitty, how do you do it? Chester's starting to melt and run down in his boots, and here you are looking as fresh and cool as the 12th of April.
It's a trick, Matt. I just stopped worrying and cut out all serious thinking from the end of May until the snow starts to fly. You ought to try it, Chester.
Well, I'm sure ready to try something, Miss Kitty.
How about a pitcher of beer?
No thanks, Kitty. I'm looking for the range boss of this Lazy Bee bar outfit. Fellow named Stark.
Oh, yeah. He's been here most of the day. Getting set to howl, I think.
Well, that's what I want to see him about.
Well, he's over there in the alcove at one of the draw tables. And you know who's sitting in the game with him? Cottonmouth.
Cottonmouth? That crooked little tin horn?
Yeah. Silk shirt, shiny boots, fancy hat and all. He hit town this morning.
Well, he'll head back out tomorrow morning. Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir.
I got $401 in double eagles right here in this boat, Jim. And I figure on upping it to about $4,000 before this night's over. Anybody ain't figuring on seeing the game through might as well pull out right now.
Words like that, Mr. Stark, do nothing but arouse my natural enthusiasm. I regard them as a clarion call to a battle of wits. Cut the cards.
Yeah, you better cut him, Stark.
Dillon.
And with Cottonmouth in the game, it wouldn't be a bad idea to count him.
Marshal, you are maligning a reformed man.
Well, you'll have to reform in some other town, Cottonmouth. You got till tomorrow morning to get out of Dodge. And this time you stay out.
No, I just don't get what you're up to, Marshal, breaking up a friendly game of cards this way.
Stark, with Cottonmouth in it won't be friendly and it won't be a game.
I'll take my chances, Marshal.
All right, suit yourself. You've been warned. But before you start this friendly game, I got something to say to you.
All right, say it.
We'll take a little walk, if you don't mind.
All right, Marshal, sure. I'll be right with you, gent.
All right, I'll go tomorrow.
Stark, I understand you threatened Colonel Beck this morning.
Oh, he come a-crying to you, huh?
You know him better than that.
Yeah, I reckon so. Well, now, supposing I did, Marshal, maybe I wasn't the only one making threats. Beck was going to have me strung up and horsewhipped.
Like I told the colonel a few minutes ago, Stark, I don't stand for any grudge killings here.
There's people might call it self-defense.
I wouldn't, and I'm the one who will be calling it. If you pull that gun on Beck, it'll be a long time before you see Texas again. All right, Stark. You can go on back to your game.
Yeah.
It appears to me that's Pretty hard talk for a hot day, Mr. Dillon.
Well, Chester, it's the only way I know how to handle it. Just to lay it on the line.
Yeah, and more than likely that's not enough to keep him from mixing.
Wait a minute, Chester. Look there.
What's that Beck kid? And he's wearing a gun, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, and he's heading straight for Stark. Come on.
Mr. Stark, I reckon you can draw any time now.
Crazy So kid. the old man sent his cub out to get me.
He don't know nothing about this.
All right, hold it now.
What?
Brian, you get out of here. And don't draw, Stark.
Draw? What, on this mama's boy? Here, now, give me that gun.
Leave me alone.
Thank you. There. All right, now, you little smart aleck. Now, let's see if a boot in the head will teach you some sense.
Don't kick him. I told you not to kick him.
Don't you go... You had no reason to hit me, Marshal. That kid called me. You heard him.
Forget it. Now go on back to your game. All right, come on, Brian. Get up.
He wouldn't even draw. He just made a fool out of me in front of everybody.
Come on, Brian.
They'd be laughing at me all over town. Laughing at my father, too.
Forget it.
I'll kill him, Marshal. So help me, I'm going to kill him.
Now you listen to me. Stark knocked you down. Yes, he kicked you in the head, but he could have killed you. He could have drawn and put a bullet in you before you knew what hit you. Now, I told you not to buy that gun. Why did you do it?
You know why.
Sure, protecting your father, that's fine. Only you saw how far you got. So I'm telling you for the last time. Now, you stay out of it and leave it to me. Now, go on back to the hotel and stay there. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Here's your gun. Now stick it in that holster and don't pull it except to practice. You understand?
Yes, sir.
And just one thing more. Don't worry about anybody laughing. When a half-grown kid who's never had a gun in his hand stands up and calls a fighter like Stark, nobody's gonna laugh. You've got a lot of guts, Brian.
Now, Mr. Dillon, you think they're going to stay away from each other?
Stark and the Colonel? I don't know, Chester. About an even chance. If it holds off for a day or two, they'll probably cool down and forget about it.
Well, that kid sure was spunky this afternoon.
Yeah. Well, he's dying to have the old man respect him.
Yeah.
Too bad Beck's a bullheaded.
Matt!
In here, Doc. Thought it'd be cooler with the lamp out.
Well, don't bother about lighting it now. We've got a job of work between us, Matt.
Well, what do you mean?
Some of the boys just found a body lying by the horse trough behind the livery stable. Been shot in the back.
Who?
A trail driver. Name of Bud Stark.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, there's no place like home, and there's no place like your home. Don't destroy it with fires caused by careless smoking in bed, careless disposal of lighted cigarettes, or the use of inflammable cleaning fluids. 90% of fires are caused by carelessness that destroys lives and properties. Don't let it be your home, your life. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
The livery stable is down at the east end of the plaza, across from the Dodge house. And the watering trough is out back at the edge of the corral. Stark was lying face down in the mud, and his horse was standing a few yards away with the reins trailing on the ground. Some of the boys from the railroad yard held lanterns so Doc could see to work. The flares of heat lightning were coming a little closer together. A light breeze had sprung up, but there was no smell of rain in it. The air was hot and dry.
Hold that light down just a little bit lower there. Pull your head. That's fine. That's fine now.
It's a bad business, Mr. Dillon. Shooting a man in the back that way. Must have slipped up behind him while he was sitting there on his horse waiting for it to drink.
Yeah, it looks that way. Well, as soon as Doc gets through there, Chester, you better go through his pockets. Collect all of his effects for the nearest of kin.
Yes, sir.
Well, he can get at it right now, Matt. There's nothing more I can do here.
No, whoever did it had him pretty well centered.
All the time in the world. When you're aiming at a man's back. Probably never knew what hit him.
Well, I wish it had happened some other way than this. Any other way.
Yeah. Got any idea who did it?
Yeah, I'm afraid so, Doc. Well, what do you got, Chester?
Well, not much, Mr. Dillon. His gun, of course, which hasn't been fired, a jackknife and a gold watch, sack of makings and some papers, box of sulfur matches, and that's it.
Well, he was traveling light. Matt, I thought Colonel Beck, his boy, paid off his this morning.
Yeah, he did, Doc. Stark gun game with a draw gambler named Cottonmouth. I warned him he'd get cleaned out.
Well, he sure did. Not a cent on him, Mr. Dillon.
Well, he doesn't need any money, Chester. No.
Think we'll have any trouble, Mr. Dillon?
The odds are against it.
Who is it?
The marshal. Open up.
Oh, I was about asleep, Mr. Dillon. I couldn't figure who was knocking.
Where's your gun, Brian?
What's over there on the bureau? What do you want it for?
Been doing some shooting, son?
Yes, sir. I was following your advice. I was over in the river bottom practicing. Drawing, mostly. Too dark to shoot at anything. I fired a couple of times, though.
Pretty good shooting, Brian, to be as dark as it was. One of the shots caught him right in the center of the back.
What are you talking about?
Murder, son. That's what we always call it when it's in the back.
Well, I haven't killed anybody. I haven't been out of this hotel since 9 o'clock.
Got a witness to that?
No, sir. The only one other, and be my friend. He's been gone somewhere all evening. But I'm telling the truth, Mr. Dillon.
Well...
Who was it, sir? Who got killed?
Yes, who was it, Marshal? I'd like to know myself.
If you've been out around the town, you must have heard it by now, Colonel.
Well, I figured I'd better stay clear of things. I out along, walked the railroad, watched the lightning. Who was killed?
Bud Stark.
Bud Stark?
He was shot in the back about a half hour ago over at the watering trough behind the livery stable. Oh, Brian, I guess we better be getting along.
Just a minute now. What makes you think Brian had anything to do with it?
The facts, Colonel. He bought himself a gun this afternoon, called Stark in the Texas Trail about 4 o'clock and got knocked down and kicked in the head.
Brian, is that the truth?
Yes, sir.
He swore then he'd killed Stark, and about 8 hours later, Stark's found dead.
Oh.
Up, Colonel. It had... I wish it didn't, but it's too late now to wish. That's why I told him to stay out of it. Told you both to stay out of it.
Went out and bought a gun. Didn't say a word. Stood up to Bud Stark. Why, Brian? Why did you do it?
Well, I figured maybe you'd think different of me, sir. I mean, if I showed you I could, well, pitch in and you need it and help it. Stand up and face things.
Marshal, what would you say if I told you you're after the wrong Beck?
Are you telling me?
Yes. I killed Stark myself.
Father.
Well, I'd say you're making a nice effort, Colonel. But you should have learned to appreciate the boy sooner. It's a little late now.
You're making a mistake, Marshal.
Father, you're wasting your breath. The Marshal's right. There's no use trying to lie. I killed him. I'm ready any time, Mr. Dillon.
All right, let's go.
Matt, I'm buying.
No, I guess not. Thanks, Doc.
Might say this is all in that fellow Stark. It'll come out of my coroner's fee.
Yeah. Fine.
No, I don't see what you got to be so glum about, Matt. An hour after a killing, and you've got the killer locked up tight and snug in jail. Oh, relax. Your job's over.
Yeah, I guess so. I sure wish it had been anybody else but that kid, though. I liked him. Figured he was all right. And then he... In the back, Doc.
Well, he's only a young'un. You can't blame him too much.
I got him bedded down for the night, Mr. Dillon. Put him in our cell, his little cooler back there.
Oh, thanks, Chester.
Doc, did you ever in all your born days see a spell of heat as bad as this?
Never did. It's a corker. Well, I thought earlier it might get a drop to a rain or something.
Heat lightning, Doc, just heat lightning.
I hear you settled that Stark thing in a hurry, Matt.
Yeah, I've got the Beck kid locked up, Kitty.
I'm sorry it was him, Matt. I guess he sort of disappointed you, huh?
Yeah, a man can be wrong, Kitty.
Well, it's been great for business. Everybody in town's been crowding in. They want to hear all about it and take a look at the chair Stark was sitting in before he pulled out of that poker game.
And I guess that poker game was half to blame for it. If it had been honest, Stark would have had enough in his poke to carry him through the night, instead of winding up broke before midnight.
He wasn't broke, Matt. He left here with $4,000.
He what?
Sure. That's why he broke up the game and pulled out. When he'd made what he said he'd make, he quit. Cottonmouth almost had a stroke. Most of it was his money.
But Stark didn't have a cent on him when we found him. He was... Kitty's Cottonmouth still here?
Yeah, he's back over there in the same game. He went out to eat, but he
Chester.
came...
Yes, sir.
Come on.
You think he might have, Mr. Dillon?
Maybe.
Blow in the face makes the sociability. Talk is still a cheap commodity, and you can't carry it off in your pocket. My bet's in, so let's put up or shut up.
That's exactly the way I look at it, Cottonmouth.
Dillon, I still got till morning. That's what you said.
Did I? How's your luck running?
Oh, not too bad. I had a few good hands.
Better than they were when Stark was in the game, huh?
Oh, we couldn't touch him. Took fours off the table. $1,000. Pretty lucky.
Not too lucky. He's dead.
Yeah, I know. It's too bad. I figured that kid would get him. That's the trouble with a green kid like that. They won't have any sense. Can't tell what they'll do.
Yeah, sure. Where were you when Stark was shot?
Well, I was over at Delmonico's getting a bite to eat.
How do you know you were?
What?
Nobody seems to know exactly when it happened. How do you know where you were?
Well, I was there about when it must have happened. Either there or back here in the game again.
You weren't near the livery stable?
Marshal, I know you don't like me, but that's no reason to try hanging a thing like this on a man.
Were you over at the stable, Cottonmouth?
No, I wasn't anywhere except where I told you. Straight up to Delmonico's and straight back here.
I see. And where'd you get the mud on your boot heels?
What do you mean?
Every pump in the plaza's been dry for days. Dust 6 inches thick. There's only one mud puddle in town at that horse trough back of the stable where Stark was killed. You couldn't stand to see that money get away, could you?
No. Look, I tell you, Marshal, you're just...
Cottonmouth, you're under arrest.
Look out, Mr. Dillon!
You made a mistake, Cottonmouth.
No, Marshal. You did. I robbed him, but I didn't kill him. I was going to. I followed him, but he was dead when I found him.
What's the point of lying now?
I'm not lying, Marshal. It's the truth.
He's dead, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
I reckon the boy will be mighty glad